87 is first to the stream.
One, two. Good day, everybody. Welcome. I'm a tiny chicken. Holy smokes. Look at that. Look at that little tiny chicken over there. It's hopping up and down like a silly little chicken. Come on, chicken. Come on.
Guess what? Chicken butt.
Hey, there we go.
Got you there, did I not?
You did. You got me there. Why is this not... Oh, well, that's fine. It's working for the most part. Whew, I apologize. Rough start here. I was working on some stuff right before the start of the stream and forgot to double check on all of the stuff, and now look at me. I'm a mess, and apparently I'm not a true streamer now because I'm an absolute mess here. But everybody, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully everyone is having an absolutely fantastic day so far. I hope so. I cannot believe, though, the Melojello, you have stolen first from some Randev. I cannot believe it. I think we probably better check on some Randev. They may have died. They may not be with us anymore. That's my assumption anyway. That is my assumption. We'll see what happens. Maybe they'll show up later. Cameron says, you see me rolling. I do see you rolling. And Isaiah Nerd says, hey yo. Hello, welcome. Glad to see you here. And Melojello with the first years. Someone stole from some Randev. I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely wild. Hey yo. For once, the real Moonwood didn't get it. That's true. I was 50 seconds too slow. Next time, though, I believe in you. You got it next time. Let's see. Full Long Icicle says, sup. Hello, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I have completely forgotten to respond to any messages, but I promise I will respond to your messages in Discord. I swear it. It's gonna happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is when I'm going to be responding to some DMs in Discord. So you can expect it then. Also, I am now just realizing I forgot to turn this down the rest of the way, so hopefully that has not been too loud. My guess is it probably has been. Hold up. Hey, that looks like better volume levels. Like I said, professional. I'm a professional here, everybody. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome. Mini chicken. There do be a mini chicken. Well, see, here's the thing. The PNG tuber program that I use was not, for some reason, wouldn't load. I don't know why. When I first tried to open it up, it was just a black screen. So I had to force close it, and then I reopened it right as I was about to start going live. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, I never zoomed in the chicken. So, yeah, it's, I should probably just go in and fix the model, because as of right now, this is 100% right here, which is a very tiny chicken. It's a very, very small chicken. So if we come over here and do a little bit of that, there we go. That's a better chicken. Also, I just realized I also did not turn on shuffle, so now we're getting more Diablo music, which I'm all right with. I like me some good Diablo music. Anyway, we're off to a great start, everybody. Off to a great start, but I do appreciate you being here, so thank you. Let's see, Mini Chicken and Isaiah Nerd is on a 10 stream streak. Isaiah, thank you so much for being here. 10 streams in a row. That is absolutely wild, and I do appreciate it. So thank you. And remember, everybody, if you're going to streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in the stream. So thank you. How do we share clips with you again? Is it through Discord? You can share them through Discord if you want to. You could share them in the chat as well. That would work as well. So, you know, either way, however you want to. I do allow for links to be posted in the chat, though, just because I like being able to have people post links to videos, clips, projects they're working on, stuff like that. So feel free to share in either place. Is it through Discord? Let's see. You should add a separate one that's realistic, like SRDs from yesterday's stream. Maybe I should. Let's see. Full Gospel says, thank you, sir. I hope yours is good too. It has been a pretty good week so far. It's been a good day. So I finally finished with a enormous freaking project that I've had at work for so long, like literally months, like since mid-November is this project I've been working on. And I finally, basically as of yesterday, have it finished, and so today it was nice to actually be able to like focus on other things as well. So I also noticed I'm not looking as, oh, that's why. Hold up, give me 2 seconds. There we go. The chickens even helped me reach. So I have my stream lights, which are just like cheap LED box lights that I got off of Amazon for like 40 bucks. But then I have also just like a room light above me, and I was forgetting to turn off that light, and I was like, the lighting seems weird. It seems like there was a lot of shadow casting down on my face. That would be why. That would be why. To manually clip, you can share it here. It's an SRD clip. Yeah, absolutely. You can share it here, or you can share it in Discord. You can share it anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Let's see, Pawn says holding, and we've got a clip from Isera Nerd. Let's see, what do we got here? What have we got here?
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Hey, is SRD the real Sumran dev? He's live for once.
That's true. That's true. I am here. I am live. I am the real SRD right here. So, I'm glad that you could be here for it. Oh boy, what do we got here? What have we got here? What is this? I may have missed this little bit of the stream. Towards like the last half, I was kind of like in and out because I had other things going, but I was lurking. So I don't remember this one though. Let's see what's going on here. So if I unmute desktop audio.
Footlong cheered 69 bits.
What? Thank you, Footlong. I appreciate that. I was waiting for the message. I was like, wait, what's going to come along with 69 bits? But that is just an awesome number. I appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. All right, let's see what was going on here. If anybody missed it, this was Sumran Dev's stream yesterday. Tell me if you recognize the stream setup at all. It's beautiful stuff. Okay, now I'm sad that I missed this part.
Oh no, I ended it too soon. Oh no, there's
that was
still
absolutely
too much
beautiful.
song left.
There was more song left.
Well, I tried my best. I did the best I could. I did.
That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yes. I am chicken. I am chimkin.
Oh, I'm sad that I missed that. I'm sad that I missed that. Well, I'm glad you shared a link, though. Thank you so much for getting that clip. I appreciate that. And, well, if it isn't Sumran Dev themselves, I fell asleep. No. You gave up your first. You gave up your first, unfortunately. Sleep? Who needs sleep? We will all sleep when we're dead. Which is what I thought you probably were. I assumed that if you didn't get first, you must have died. I probably should have thought sleep first, and then maybe death. But I just assumed you were probably dead. So I figured there was no way you were going to miss that unless, of course, you were in a tragic, horrific bathroom accident after eating way too much Taco Bell. But I'm glad to see you're still alive, so welcome. I'm glad to see you here. My stream is annoyingly blurry. Me stream, is it? This one? Me? Am I blurry? Should I get a new camera? Should I get not a cheap webcam? Maybe I should get like an actual webcam or an actual camera. Maybe I will I'll talk to my tax expert and be like, all right, how do I write this off as a business expense and get all of my money back? I'm sure that's how taxes work, right? You just buy whatever you want and then write them off as a business expense. At least you didn't die. It's finally fixed itself. Oh, good. Whew. We were concerned for a second. That's true. We were. DBD 2v8 is fun. Oh, Dead by Daylight. I was like, what is DBD? And then I had to not look at it like you were spelling it, but actually listen to it as I was saying it. Dead by Daylight 2 versus 8. I've actually never played that game mode, but I did remember hearing about it. It does sound like a lot of fun. Then yeah, you can paste it here in the Discord. Oh, I like Moonwood gaming clips. Nope. That is not a gaming clip. Not at all. And let's see, Melojello27 is currently on a 5-stream streak. Holy smokes. Melojello, thank you so much for streaking here in the stream 5 times in a row. Thank you so much. Remember, everybody, if you're going to streak... You'd think as many times as I've said this, I would be able to say, remember everybody without slurring over the words. But remember, everybody, if you're going to streak anywhere, make sure to streak here in the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Steakin. what's it? I don't know what a steakin is. What's a steakin? Real cert. Sup, Moonwood. Like icicle. Thank you for those. And Loki says, morning from future. No audio, just saying hi. Loki, I don't know if you're still watching, but welcome. Welcome from the future. I hope that the future is treating you well, and I hope that it'll treat the rest of us well once we get to that point in our lives. Hey, it's Serd. Is this the chicken cover?
Hello, Jello27 says, I meant streaking.
Oh, streaking. I was like, what is steakin'? That makes way more sense. Way more sense. I appreciate that. Thank you. And of course, again, thank you so much for the bits, both Axel and Footlong Axel. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, I love that. Be right back. Ads. This looks just like your stream. Someone gift a sub. Funny in it. It was very funny. I made Serd a song, and he did this to it. Wait, that was a song you... Oh my gosh, that is beautiful. I love that. Well, that is an absolutely fantastic song. All good. I'll just watch the reaction after I come back. I mean, that's fair. I want what he's having. It's true. Absolutely crazy stuff. This is just Moonwood and the chicken redeem. What do you mean? Are you sure this is not a clip from your stream, Moon? I mean, it could be. I do go a little bit crazy sometimes. Not quite that crazy, but a little crazy. Hit him with the peck now. What's going on here? I feel like we have to look at all of these because they're all just so good. All right, hold up.
With the peck now.
I do remember this part. As you can see, everyone, this is what a real streamer looks like. This is what you could be enjoying, but instead you're here, watching me. I don't know why. What? Oh my goodness, I'm a chicken too. Come on, keep up.
Okay, that's the end of the song. Oh my god, my throat.
I feel ya. Oh, that was beautiful. That's beautiful stuff. Thank you for sharing that clip. I do appreciate that. It was just an absolute blast of a stream yesterday, Some Randev. You nailed it. You killed it. You all of the good things. You broke a leg. Any positive thing I could say. It was great. It was great. I don't know where you got the inspiration for all of your genius. But whatever it came from, it was absolutely fantastic. I just took a little nap and woke up 4 minutes after you started. Tragic. Well, I'm glad you're here anyway. I am glad you're here. Set up a nonprofit, not a financial advice. Wait. Set up a nonprofit, not a financial advice whatsoever. Maybe I should. I should set up the Moonwood Games nonprofit. What do we get? What do we call it? The Mooners Fund. Funding of the Mooners. Helping you and your neighbors moon better. There we go. Stuff writes itself. I've been playing Hearthstone. I heard that yesterday. I heard you were playing Hearthstone yesterday. And I also heard that some Randev does not approve of Hearthstone. Not whatsoever. How is Hearthstone going for you? So many stream streakers. So many. Soon I'll remember everyone's a chicken. It's true. Let's see. Medusa says, Trello to you too. Hello, welcome. Glad to see you here. I feel like it has been a minute. I'm glad you're here. Oh my goodness.
Man into a chicken.
So many chickens. And I appreciate that. So thank you. Let's see. I meant streaking. I did get that now. Retro achievements. Also, I've been retro achieving. Ooh. Retroachievements.org. Verification successful. What do we got here? Ooh, look at all them achievements. That's some beautiful achievements. Very nice. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm just getting caught up really quickly. Let's see. We got emojis. This concert. Clip. Good old clips. Don't clip that one though. No, I don't approve of this. That's Mac OS. Oh, that's true. You don't approve of the Mac OS. I thought you were saying you don't approve of Hearthstone. I thought that was what you were saying. But Hearthstone is also mid, just not as much. Not as mid as Mac OS. I would agree there. Hearthstone has been going horribly. You also should look at the latest achievements section further down. Oh. I must have missed it. Ooh. Oh. Some stuff in Game Boy Advance. Things on the DS. Wait, is it here? Or here? Not quite sure which spot you're meaning. Progress status. Mastered. Beaten. Unfinished. A lot of unfinished. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. Darn it. Guess broken clock truly is in the eye of the beholder. It truly is. Wait, let me get a new link for you. Fair. All right, we're going to take a quick look at the Discord, and then once you get that link, we will take a look at that, and then we're going to do a coin flip, and then we're going to get into game dev stuff. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So, let's come over here to art. Let us see what is going on in here. Oh, work in progress. Ooh, nice. Okay, all right. So we got we've got the examples up here for what you're going for. Nice. I am loving it. This is an absolutely fantastic looking work in progress. Loving the tails, loving the outfit. The hair looks absolutely fantastic. Very nice. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let us start a coin flip really quickly while we're getting ready for stuff. So remember, everybody, if you are new here, and we're just to let you know, we're doing a coin flip. So if you'd like to participate, there is going to be a 5-minute countdown, and you can guess if it's going to either be heads or tails. And then when I do flip the coin, it is going to be a best 2 out of 3. So if you want to put down some channel points and just kind of see, you might win some points. You might win, you might lose, and that's the joy of it, right? So there we go. Pasted a link in media. All right, let's go check media. There it is. How dare you? Well, I was like, I see no link. I see no links in there. Hello, fellow moon. Hello, welcome. Glad to see you here. How's your day going for you? Hopefully things are going well. All right, everybody, get your predictions in for the coin toss, and then we are getting onto it. So, getting into the game dev stuff. I did not exactly work on what I intended to work on, but I did get something done, and I'm actually very, very proud of what I got done. So, if you remember from last stream, we were talking about the whole exit portal, and we were getting all that done and figured out, and we eventually decided on what we were going to do was we're going to kind of like simplify the puzzle of the dials a little bit, and we're keeping them essentially how they were before, but this is how you're going to actually kind of choose your path of where you want to go. So think in terms of like, if we go to slay the spire, not slay the spine, slay the spire map. So, if you have ever played Slay the Spire, you will kind of recognize this map here. But basically, in Slay the Spire, the way that the progression works is after you beat a level, you are presented with a map, essentially, right? And this map has all like these branching paths and all that fun stuff. And you're essentially getting to choose the direction you want to go based on what's going to be coming up next, right? So like there's different challenges, monsters, extra items, shops, that kind of thing, right? So like if you come over here, you can look at the legends. You got like, so unknown, merchant, treasure, rest, enemy, elite, and so you can kind of like choose the path you're going until you eventually get to the boss. And we used to have something like that, kind of like it in Tomb of Vercilias, and eventually we got rid of it. I was like, you know what? It one felt like a little bit too much of a ripoff, and then two, I was just like, it just doesn't feel as fleshed out, right? And so I was like, well, I'll do something else. So this is kind of to get us back to that kind of same route, but not necessarily with like the actual map that you're choosing from. So the way that it'll work is you'll like rotate the dials, and there will be 3 options for you. So instead of like having this whole map of it like showing you like the branching paths and all that fun stuff, essentially the way that it'll work is it will you'll have like 3 random options, so like you'll be able to choose from either the what do we call it, like the runesmith, cardsmith, whatever we call them. So basically, so you can upgrade your perk cards, the perksmith, that's what we call them. The perksmith, there would be like the mage, so you can buy and sell dice. There would be a place to rest, and you just kind of get to pick one of these things. So that's what we're working on, and then I said that I was going to be working on that off stream before this next stream. And that's the part that I did not work on, and I'm so sorry. But that is because I started thinking, I was like, what are going to be some ways, because at this point now, we have the door to be able to get into the mini-boss, the floor guardian, the whatever we're calling him now, but I wanted to have it be locked, and you need to actually solve some puzzle or something like that to be able to open it up. So I was trying to think, I was like, well, what if we do like a lock-picking minigame? We could essentially just like rip off of Oblivion. I was thinking, what if we tapped into just like one of the other the other puzzles we currently have in the game? Nothing was quite lining up to the point where I was like, this feels like it'd be fun, but not like too annoying or anything like that. And then I started kind of going back to the old idea that we had, and this was like just maybe a couple months ago. I was gonna say a couple years ago, a couple months ago. If you remember the like flow minigame that I started trying to make, and we got somewhat working. So a little minigame like this is kind of where I was kind of thinking. I was like, what if we could actually get this thing working? So I started messing around with it and like seeing if I could get this thing to work, and so I got like this, this design just to like kind of keep it more simplistic. I was like, what if we only go with 90-degree angles? And we did something like that, where it's like you basically are just rotating these things, and you have to get to like an exit point of like one of the corners or something. Which I was like, okay, like maybe. But this is not actually what I got working. So for anybody who saw the messages that I posted that I got something working, so I got this kind of done, and then another idea popped into my head, and that's what I actually worked on between the last stream and now. And surprisingly, I actually got the whole thing done. So I'm going to show it off. It is not in the town. I'm going to show it off because I actually have it working, and I am genuinely actually proud that I got it working. I did not think I would actually get this working, and yeah. So anyway, so let's go in and take a look. So let's go find the mini boss, wherever this guy, I have no idea where he would be in that map. This one might be a little bit more obvious. Okay, so the mini boss has to be in a room that only goes up. So it's going to be like one of these corners probably. There we go. So I have changed the text to align with it actually being a locked door, so you can't just go through. A sturdy locked door blocks your path forward. Ominous thuds can be heard. What the?
Mariachi_build_log turned Moonman into a chicken.
Hello, I'm a chicken. Bok. Wait, what have I missed? How do you feel about wolves? How do I feel about wolves? I like wolves. I think they're kind of fun. They're kind of cool. What about yourself? How do you feel about wolves? Small but rock solid says, hey Moonwood, I'm drunk. Should I
try the game dev while I'm drunk? I would say yes. As the voice of God chicken, I'm going to say yes. You should definitely try game dev while drunk. But also welcome. I'm glad to see you here. I feel like it has been a minute, and it is very happy to see you here. So welcome. Yes.
I'm gonna play some Too Many Types. If you're not familiar with it, it's a Pokemon Emerald hack with too many types. Story checks out. Someone else says yes. See, there we go. You got two people telling you should definitely do that. So anyway, so here is the locking minigame puzzle that I somehow got working, and I'm very proud of it. There we go. Look at this guy. Look at this little guy right here. And guess what? So it's not a match 3. It is not a match 3. It is a select as many of a specific color as you possibly can. And yeah, so basically there's a couple different ideas that I have for it, but I just wanted to get like the base down and working. Which I know if you work in any other engine that's not RPG Maker, you would look at this and you'd be like, okay, sure. But an RPG Maker, it's not that easy. So I'm very happy that I got it working. So anyway, so there's a couple different ways that we could go with this. So the one that I currently have set up right now is basically you collect as many of the specific types as possible, and I can like adjust this, and yeah, and you're basically just going through and collecting the different, I guess, elements. I guess you'd call them elements, and then eventually once you get enough of all of them, okay, come on, just give me more red. Come on, there we go. It unlocks. You're good to go. You can go in. Happy days. But there are a couple other things that I'm kind of thinking we could do with it if we wanted to. That's a good time. Hey, I'm inverted. Hello, welcome. I'm inverted moon. I don't know why that almost sounds like a sexual thing. An inverted moon. I don't know. Anyway, so as of right now, it is set up like this, where it's just you're getting X amount of each of the elements. But the other thing I was kind of thinking we could do is if we come over here and I switch over to this. So the other thing I was kind of thinking we could do is we could have locks on the bottom, and then essentially it would randomly spawn keys, and then you would have to clear the diamonds below it, and then they would eventually, once they got to the bottom, they would unlock the locks. We could also do either one of those. We could do both. We could do both of those. Honestly, like we could kind of randomize this a little bit, so it's not the exact same thing every single time. But anyway, so that's that is what that's the very exciting stuff that I am very, very happy that I actually got working. And I'm going to tell you this. I have never understood, but also never, ever understood. Okay, actually, no. I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. I have never understood, but also been so confused by recursion in my life. I didn't know much about it going into this, and I still feel like I don't know much.
S_dev turned Moon Man into a chicken.
Bok bok. Bok bok bok. But me, as Chicken Moon Man, I know everything about recursion. So, there we go. Yeah, trying to get the recursion to work to actually, like, only activate the ones that, like, are the ones you clicked on and their neighbors. Yeah. Again, I feel like I've never known as much and as so little about recursion as I do now that I've finished this system. So anyway, so yeah, so there's a couple different ways we could use it. It is, you know, we could just have it be, you know, using this whole thing here where it's just like, okay, you need to get X number of these things. We could also have the locks at the bottom, whatever we want to do.
Thanks for the follow, Soren Stevens 96.
Soren Stevens 96, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see here. Back hack. I'm glad you're back, Cameron. I'm glad you're back. Alpha Rad's joke back.
Dominating.
I don't know what that. Wait. Alpha Rad's joke hack? I still don't know what that means. Summer Dev says, what? Are you okay? Did you have a heart attack? I hope you're okay. Small Rock Solid says, I can't game dev. I'm drunk in a hotel, and my personal laptop is like in another state. That would actually probably make it a little bit more difficult to program than the fact that you're drunk. If I'm being completely
honest, that is probably the more difficult part of it all. Oh no, I let Moon invert me. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about right there. Oh no, Cam, what do we got? Scrumptious gifted cakes.
Chef Frank, what is what? What is this? What is this? Okay, hold up. I gotta look at what's going on here. We're gonna pause that. I know the song just ended, but I'm still gonna pause it. We're gonna unmute the desktop audio and let's see what the freak I'm talking about. Come on. There we go. It unlocks. You're good to go. You can go in. Happy days. True. But there are a couple other things that I'm kind of thinking we could do with it if we wanted to.
_D03S_dev says.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's a good time. Hey, I'm inverted. Hello, welcome. I'm inverted Moon. I don't know why that almost sounds like a sexual thing. Really does. An inverted Moon. Really kind of does. I don't know. Anyway, so as of right now, it is set up like this where it's just you're getting really very much so does. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Let's see here. LOL recursion. I call A and B calls me. Nope. Doesn't make any sense. This is recursion, and so on. I know, but it's still just to actually get it to work. I still, my brain is just like, wait, how did this happen again? And I'm like, I don't know, brain. Don't question it. 6-7. Sword Steven says, got someone under your desk already? Maybe. Why? Want to know if there'd be enough room? There's always room for more people under the desk. Let's see here. Why you turn into a chipmunk? It's just to redeem. People, if people want to make my voice go weird, it happens. It's a good time. It's a good time here on the Moonwood stream. All my channel points are in the heads or tails bet. Well then, I appreciate the reminder that we actually have a heads or tails we need to do. So let's do that heads or tails. I can't believe that I have forgotten this long to actually do the heads or tails. All right, everybody, coin flip. Let's see what happens, everybody. Remember, it's best 2 out of 3, and we're going to see what happens. So here we go. Ready? Cross your fingers. Oh! All All right, we got one heads. We got one heads. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens when we flip again. Everybody cross your fingers, whichever way, whichever way. Oh! We got heads. We got heads, everybody. Congratulations. What the?
Welcome Bobby 3453 and your 2 amazing audience members.
Bobby, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Let us give a shout out. And we're going to do a little bit of at Bobby. Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. Make sure everybody to go over and give Bobby a follow. So thank you. Thank you for that raid. I do appreciate that. Don't eat the Raiders. I'll try not to eat the Raiders. Oh, I know. Melojello is eating the Raiders. That's true. Melojello is eating the Raiders. Don't do it. Put them down. Put them down. We need the Raiders. We need the Raiders in one piece. But I do appreciate the raid. So thank you. Thank you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you had an absolutely fantastic stream. Yeah, I hope that things went well for you. If you want to share anything that you were doing, anything like that, would absolutely love to hear about it. Follow him now, please. Absolutely. Make sure everybody to go and give Bobby a follow. I followed him. Melojello, you are the best. I guess you can be allowed to eat one of the Raiders. If you followed, you're allowed to eat at least one. So there you go. There's your reward for following. Congratulations if you voted for heads. Very nicely done. It looks like, oh my gosh, 10,000 channel points were put on tails, with 6.1 thousand on heads. Well, congratulations if you voted for heads. Very nicely done. I'm going to do heads. Complete prediction. That is 16,670 channel points that are going over towards heads. So congratulations if you voted for heads. Very nicely done. And if you did not win, that's all right. There's always next time. There is always next time. Let's see here. Why you turned into a chipmunk? All of my best. Man walks into a bar. Wait. A man walks into a bar. A man walks into a bar. Twice? You would think you would have seen it the first time. Don't go hogging all the nut, bro. I'll do my best, but I can't make any promises. An actual customer walks into the bar and asks where the bathroom is. The actual bartender says, over there. The actual customer says, thank you. That's the end of that joke. Guess it's not really a joke, it's more of a anecdote. Anyway, Soren Steven says, weirder anyway. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
Well, I think we gotta do some bicep curls. And, of course,
Axel_Benedict wants Moonman to do 10 chest benders.
some chest bend. But that's not all. We've also got to do...
Axel_Benedict just redeemed Stretch.
I'm down. We got the trifecta, everybody. Let's see here. Let's see. We got the raid from Bobby again, which I do appreciate. And Summer Red Dev says, raid! Hey, what's going on?
Thanks
just hanging out.
Crash Kids _.
I appreciate that follow. Thank you so much for that. And Bobby, I feel like wait. Unless of course, okay, you also just barely. Oh yes, Bobby, I do appreciate the follow. And Crash Kid 6_, I do appreciate that follow as well. So thank you for that. Thank you. Bobby says, follow him now, please. I followed him. Thanks for the reminder. I almost mauled them. Hey, that's only 2 out of 2. I need my consolatory tails. Whew, I struggled on that one. That was, I almost had to go lay down and take a nap. Bobby says, I'm working on a Godot game. It's been slow making progress recently because of motivation, so I started streaming it to help with that. What is this game about? It looks really cool. Well, Bobby, I get that 100%. That is actually, funny enough, why I started streaming the development of this game. Not necessarily the motivation, but it was I didn't want to give up on this project. And I feel like I give up on projects just a little bit too easily. So I was like, all right, if I put myself out there and I show off the project, maybe it will encourage me to not give up. And so far, we are now 1.5 years in and I've not given up yet. So hopefully it'll be the same for you as well. And hopefully the motivation will also kick up as well. But yeah, I believe in you. I believe in you. You're gonna do absolutely fantastic things, and I appreciate you coming in here and sharing. So yeah, if you have any screenshots you want to share or anything like that, would love to see them, hear anything about the game, whatever it is. But if not, that is totally understandable. If you don't have anything to share, just the fact that you are making a game is absolutely fantastic. I appreciate that. In terms of this game, though, I will give you kind of the quick spiel. So I'm working on this game. It's a retro dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. Retro-style dungeon-crawling roguelike RPG, where the combat is blackjack. And yeah, I'm building it in RPG Maker MV. Not exactly a program that would probably be the best for something like this, but I'm having a good time at making it anyway. So yeah, so general ideas, you're just a bounty hunting adventurer who is traveling into a randomly generated tomb, trying to get further and further until you eventually find the Dark Mage Vercilias, either dead or alive, and bring him back to the king for your reward and to make you rich and wealthy and happy for the rest of your life. So yeah, that's the general gist of the game. But yeah, it's coming along though. It's coming along. Man gets a concussion. Maybe just a little bit. The bar goes up in flames. That's the actual real end to that. Oh, tragic. Bartender drops dead. Actual customer walks through the door. You can just do 2 if you're talking binary. Ooh. You've got your pants. Oh, got me worried there for a second. I thought I was actually missing my pants. It could happen. It could happen to the best of us. Okay, that's cool too. Sorry I missed your stream. I try to catch all Godot streamers. That's gonna be a lot. That is gonna be a lot, Pon. You better not give up. I've invested 7,200 bits into this project. Don't even worry about it. I will not give up. I will never give up. I'll never surrender. What is the name of the game? So the name of the game is Tomb of Vercilias. So if you would like, you can also, and I don't know if someone already did this, but if not, there's Wishlist. So there is a link to the game on Steam. Again, the game is not done. We are working currently on a playable demo. So if you wanted to wishlist the game so that way you know when the demo is ready to go, you can do that. The full length game is probably going to be a little bit ways off, but once we get the demo all done and good to go, you'll at least be able to play it and kind of give some feedback and all that fun stuff. So that is that. I don't know how to play blackjack. Don't even worry about it. I will teach you. I will teach you how to play blackjack. Lamau spiel. Well, you know, there are some people who have heard the spiel a lot. I sent the origin of the quote in Discord. About 100 US, by the way. Wait, what's about 100 US? I'm on all day and all life. Bobby says, yeah, it really seems to help. The game is on Steam. If I can send a link, absolutely you can. It's not out yet, but I am working on a demo. Also, one of the screenshots has a misspelled word. RPG Maker MV is actually really impressive for a game like this. I have used RPG Maker to make games before. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's, I'm definitely going for a more, I want to be able to see it and just be like, is this tag wrong? There's no way this is RPG Maker. That's my hope. That is my hope anyway. Okay, so wait. Okay, so the game is on Steam. If I can send a link, it's not out yet, but I'm working on a demo. Also, one of the screenshots has a misspelled word. One of the screenshots on your Steam page or on mine? Because I could definitely see one of them on mine being misspelled. Let's see, I won't finish mine. Of course you will. Of course you will. Want me to? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. It'll be in development for eternity, yay! Ads, teaching us bad gambling games to get addicted. What can I say? What can I say? I love blackjack. I'm going to play Apple Bowl. I don't know what Apple Bowl is, but good luck with Apple Bowl. Only person I seen do this style in RPG Maker. Well, let's hope that eventually other people will see this and be like, you know what? If this guy could make this in RPG Maker, I can make something even better. That's my hope, is that people can see what I'm doing and one-up me. I would love that. And if you're watching right now, and if you feel like you could one-up me, do it. That's an invitation, some Dev. I know you could one-up me, because I use a lot of your stuff anyway. Then they get tortured by how hard this secretly is. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I miss a bit because of ads. Those freaking ads. Blasted freaking ads. I have them turned down to the lowest absolute possible, and they still get in the way. I feel called out. You should be called out. You're called out in the best possible way. So, all right, everybody, we are going to do the trifecta now, which is a bicep curl, a chest bender, and a stretch. So let's crank the jams, and let's do that. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, man. All right, everybody, you know the drill. 10 on the clock. Count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. And here we go with the chest bearers. Count them with me. 10 on the clock. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Oh, man. All right, everybody, now time for the stretching. Oh, we're going to go to the left. Here we go. And then to the right. on, bring it back now, y'all. Oh, that felt good. Oh, that felt good. Oh. I have to tell myself that it felt good to not feel so bad. I appreciate that, Axel. Thank you. Thank you for that. Ooh, all right. Someone says, one day I will make an RPG Maker game. One day. One of these days, you will. But for now, you can just say you've made absolutely fantastic plugins. I'm going to bed now. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. And we will see you in a future stream. Let's see. Pawn is ready. I'm glad you're ready. So I didn't hear the response. Is there, if there is a, wait. If there was any, oh my God. I didn't hear the response. If there was any to the last message above. Let's see. Oh, yes. Let's see. So I asked if it was on your Steam page, because you're saying that your game is on Steam, but it's not finished. And then are you meaning that the screenshots on your Steam page have misspelled words? Or are you meaning mine? Because I'm very much so aware that mine will probably have spelling mistakes. And then yeah, just a lot of fun to be able to make this an RPG Maker. It's yeah, I'm having a good time with it anyway. By the way, I started using the HUD Maker you suggested last time. It's really good. It is very good, Dazu. Definitely highly recommend it. If you are making anything in RPG Maker, I probably couldn't make a game in RPG Maker not using HUD Maker. It's just, I love it so much. I wouldn't mind seeing just how hard it. Let's save this for after the stream. Ooh, well. And Nima Faye, thank you for those. I appreciate that. Ow, my old man spine. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling the same thing right now. I meant mine has spelling mistakes. Fair. And you know what? They're screenshots. Easy to update, easy to replace. I also do mine also probably do have spelling mistakes. I already have had a couple spots on my Steam page get pointed out that do have spelling mistakes, so. Okay. All right. So I think for now, though, we're probably just going to leave this as is, because it technically works. It's here. Yeah, I'm not, you know, it's here. It's working. That's what I worried about. So, and you can leave. It erases everything. You can come back, and it does. You have to then pick the lock again, and it does reset everything. So, originally I was going to maybe try to figure out if I could get it working to where, you know, like I'm sure basically everybody here has played a match 3 game before, or some type of something like this, where it's like what would you even call this? Like, what type of game is this? Because again, like, it's not a match 3. You're like selecting a block, and then it gets all the neighboring matching blocks as well. Bubble popper? I guess we'd call it a bubble popper. I don't know. Not really sure. Oh, that's a big one. Look at how much red is gonna get caught up in this guy. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Bam! Oh, that's satisfying. Anyway, yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, bubble popper. We'll just call it a bubble popper for now. What was I saying about the bubble popper? I don't remember. I don't remember what I was saying about the bubble. Oh yeah, that's right. So I'm sure I'm sure everybody here has played at least some type of match 3 game or bubble popper before or something like that. But if you have played it, you'll kind of know that once you run out of potential matches that you can make, usually it will shuffle the board and then you get to keep going. But I figure what we're going to do here is if you run out of moves, you're out of luck and you just have to like leave and come back. Because you can, like if I were to run out of moves here, right? Because I mean, the chances are extremely slim that you would run out of moves. Because this is a 5x5 board. There are only 4 elements. So it's like, it's not like there's even that big of a chance for it to not. But again, it is completely random. So like there is a chance it could completely randomize and it could lock you out. You only do have to select up to 2. Oh, excuse me. So I did make it so you cannot click if it's just a singular block. So there does have to be at least 2 touching. So I mean, like, this one's actually getting pretty close to being potentially broken. But it's like, I feel like it's, okay, actually. Nope, still not broken. Still not broken. This is where I'm just like, I feel like it'd be very difficult to actually break the board entirely. But if it ever does, if it ever breaks, literally all you have to do is just leave and come back, and then you just start the picking lock, the lock picking again, and then there you go. And then you're able to pick the lock again, and yeah, it's good times there. So I don't think we're gonna worry about it, putting in all of the logic to be like, oh, if you run out of moves, shuffle the board and all that fun stuff. Yeah. So anyway, so I think we're gonna leave this as is, just because it is technically working. I can come in here, and if I finish this thing off, I should have gotten those red ones earlier. Oh well. Let's get those. Let's see, we need more blue, we need more purple. All right, we need just more green and red. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Okay, let's get the rest of the green, and then it ends, and then the door is unlocked. Happy. So there are a few things here that I do need to adjust. I guess adjust would be the right word. So I'm trying to decide. Excuse you, Moon. That's true. That's my bad. That is my bad. Yeah, so I guess technically there's not really anything here that we need to fix, because I think, well, actually, if I leave and come back, what the crap happened there? What? Why did it give me a secret door? What the crap is that? What the absolute crapification was that? Okay. What? What? Creepypasta door, something like that. I have no idea. And then it took me to a sealed room that I could not leave. There we go. Tomb of Vercilias is now officially a horror game. I knew it was only a matter of time before we switched genres. Okay, let's just get through this thing. I wonder if I could break it. I wonder if I just like click too many times if it'll just break. Possible. I haven't really tested for that yet. Okay, there we go. It is unlocked. Now, if I leave, come back. Okay, leave, come back. But it wasn't even that I was like in with the mini boss and then tried to leave and come, like it added some weird south direction. Sudden Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I have no idea what that was. 7 out of 16. Resembles a slot machine I played. I can see that. But it is, the mechanics do look pretty similar to a slot machine. So here's kind of the things that we do need to fix. So if I'm on this thing here, right? If I leave, it shows the text again. The open door now leads to an empty room. There's no need to enter. A blood sacrifice has been fulfilled. That is very old text, and it's also not accurate at all because you can and should go back in. So, I'm going to say, let's see, when leaving the portal room back to the MB room shows old text. There's no need to enter. That's the text. And then the other thing is then when you go back from this room up to here, it now shows this guy again, which is not what we want to see. And then when going back into the portal room, shows the old altar and south door. I'm assuming that this south door is just like a part of the altar, but it might not be. Might not. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so those are two things we need to fix at least right now. The other thing we potentially need to fix is if you are in here and you're doing your thing, right? You can click the exit button and then everything's fine. You can leave and come back. Everything's all right there. But if we interact with the stone dials and then we try to leave, I guess that's technically fine because that's doing all the exact same stuff. So that's actually totally fine. You should be able to leave and come back and then interact Oh. Okay, so the other bug is when interacting with the glyphs, if you leave the room and come back, the menu, no, the options aren't interactable. That is another bug. Cannot read property angle of null. Okay. So apparently, it just needs to turn off. Just needs to turn off the glyph interaction. Yeah, there we go. That's what we got. Okay, there's a few bugs we need to start working. So, let's do that. What is this? What is this clip, Cameron? What do we got going on here? This is me looking at myself again. I don't like these. I raided because I saw an inverted person developing in the raid browser and immediately was interested. Maybe I should just be inverted all the time. Maybe that's going to be the way for me to be able to attract everybody, because I just need to be inverted 24/7. Bad idea. Not a bad idea. All right, Cameron, what have you clipped this time? What do we got going on here? Why is it so quiet? Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's a good time. Hey, I'm inverted. Hello, welcome. I'm inverted moon. I did not realize how quiet I was. I don't know why that almost sounds like a sexual thing. It really does. An inverted moon. Really kind of does. Are you clipping the clipped clip? How dare you? Gotta love callbacks. All right.
Bobby 3453 turned Moonman into a chicken.
See, now this is where the good stuff is. Good old chicken developing games is where it really shines. Let's see here. Try catch. I cannot remember how to pronounce your name. Try catch development. I feel like I figured it out at one point in time, or you told me at one point in time, and I am the absolute worst, and I am so sorry. Did I decide on just saying try catch or just catch? Development, maybe? Now I can't remember what we decided on. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic day so far, and week. I hope you're also having a great week so far. Yeah, hopefully life is going well for you. All right, so the bugs. So leaving the portal room
Back to the mini boss room. It shows old text. There's no need to enter. Yes, so if you leave, let's see. The stone dials are glowing. An odd stone frame. The open door now leads to an empty room. There's no need to enter. Yes.
That is exactly what we do not need to say. These are some pretty amazing point rewards. I appreciate that, Bobby. Thank you, thank you. I tried to make it as exciting as possible, so, you know. It used to be more exciting back in the day. We actually used to have like a whole, I was gonna say like RPG. It was more of like a battle scene that people could participate in. And then it started getting out of date and it felt like a little bit stale, and I still need to actually rebuild it. That was kind of fun. But now it's just, you know, weird things to the screen and to the stream and stuff like that you can do. All right, so do we actually want to show any text? Oh, Cameron, we can't go down this rabbit hole again. Do not be afraid. I'm afraid. We can't go down the rabbit hole again. We can't do it. I've got to do game dev stuff. We must. No. All right, here, we're gonna go down the rabbit hole really quickly. This is me being confused. Look at that guy. Look at how confused that guy is. You're confused. You're an idiot. Look at that. Look at that fool up there. Unsure of what he's reacting to. Scratching his nose. This guy. This guy. And he's trying to say things and he can't even say things. Actually, here's what we could do. We could do this whole thing again where we go, high five. Yeah. Anyway. Welcome, Bobby. Okay, I'm not pushing it. Well, now I feel like if you did push it one more time so I could give myself a high five. I feel like I'd have to be okay with that one. Okay, so maybe we just don't show any dialogue. How about that? We'll just not show any dialogue when you come back into the room, and that will be an easy fix. Let's also come in here. I'm also going to change you to be like 5. No? Jeez. All right. That's fair. That's fair. You know what? I was apprehensive at first, so it's fair. 100%. Okay, so we picked the lock. Why are you all 20s? Oh. Those are the moves. We want you guys to be 5. Not the moves. We want to have more than 5 moves. I love messing with you, but just 2 is fine. That is all right. That is all right with me. No worries there. There's got to be one of these 3 rooms up here. Guy? This guy? This guy? Ooh, there he is. Okay, I actually want to see. Okay, so there's no downward direction we can go as of right now. Pick the lock. Oh, let's do a little bit of this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Awesome. Now if I leave, come back. It created a door. It created a door to the nothing realm. And it's a door that I can actually go through. Why? Why is it creating a door? I don't understand. I'm still waiting for the demo after all. That is a fair point, Cameron. That is a very fair point. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why it would be changing the room ID. I don't think it's doing it for any other room. You know what? That'll be a bug I figure out later. It'll be soon. Trademark. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit of a trade. Does it have anything to do with the direction? Let's see. What would it be? What would it be? 'Cause this has never happened. This is like 100% something new. Which is why I'm very confused. This was the only thing that I've added since. This shouldn't be affecting the layout at all. It does seem to be linked to this. Okay, so what do we have going on here? Lead player / monster hands. Erase Void Guardian puzzle. Okay, so this erases pictures. This turns off self switches. Hide monster. Transition animations. Then in here, turn on to core animations. Add new room info from database to current room. Does it only do it if it's the mini boss room? That seems to have happened in like this upper right corner here. And it only seems to be a downward direction. Is what I'm very confused with. It's not changing any other rooms. Huh. Let's try another layout. Just see what we can get. Oh. Oh. I don't know if this is gonna change anything. Okay. As you can see here, so we're currently in room 35. So room 35. 35, the layout is currently 6. I just want to check and make sure. Just grabbing something really quickly off screen. GitHub. Tomb of Vercilias. Images. Pictures. Door. Door 6. That's you can go left and right. But you can go left, right. Then you can go up because it's the mini-boss room. Okay. But if I leave, come back, leave, come back. Okay. Do this really quickly. If I leave, come back, leave, come back, leave, come back. And you are now 13. Which 13 is left, right, and up. Okay. Huh. By the way, how's my seal dare going? I'll make him eventually. There will be a seal in the game. Trust you me. It will be in the game. Just not right now. But he's gonna be there. He's gonna be there. It's gonna be great. So, it seems like it's a bug when it's on this side? Maybe? What the? Got another raid coming in. I can feel it. I can feel it. Somebody else is gonna see this and be like, whoa, what is happening in there? I'm gonna be like, come find out. Come find out. Okay. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Leave. Come back. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Yeah, seems to be just a weird thing. This keeps piling up, eh? Almost a third of the year done, by the way. I know, don't say that, don't say that. Oh, don't say it. Yeah, it's... We are making progress. Progress is still steady, which is more than you can say about a certain somewhat. So, we are making progress, though. We are. I think it might actually be... It is specific to... See, this is me moving down. So this is you leaving there. Right. Or left. Okay. Failed deck save. Move into Floor Guardian room. And my Sky Children of Light. True. Don't worry. We will absolutely get those. It's gonna happen. Definitely gonna happen. Who's William Riker? Like the person in chat? Or an individual named William Riker? An individual? A person? Never seen him, but he placed the highest tails bet. Which Riker? Evil Riker, Borg Universe Riker, etc. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, hold up now. I don't know. But they have chatted before, because when they chatted, it was not a first-time chat message. He's got the longest tail. Exactly. He's got the longest tail. That's who he is. That is who he is. Thomas Riker? Could be any of the above. Spawn mini boss in mini boss room. Copy current room info into database info. At William Riker, what do you do during the stream? Oh, that's sneaky. Who knows? No idea what the convo is about. By the way, just heard Star Trek and jumped in from lurking. This is in his name. Our capital is. Oh, the I's in his name are capital I's. That makes more sense. That's a good point. I see that now. I see that now that it is just William Riker. Oh, hey, the Steventh. Bobby, the Steventh? You two know each other? What a small world. What a small world
Cameron
it is.
Reap says, it's a mystery who this Riker fool is.
True. Riker just likes to come in and leave. Get in there, get the prediction on the coin toss, and then heads out. Yeah, the chat is full of randoms. Missy? Who's Missy? Must. Oh. I was like, I don't know who Missy is. Never heard of him. I am so confused. Missy? From Doctor Who. It's true. Missy is even in here. So, what is... Why? I've never seen this bug before. But it's got to be something weird going on here. Race Void Guardian puzzle. Hide monster HUD elements. That's just playing the animations. A very rough way to play the animations. I actually kind of want to just like reduce. I know it's not going to change a lot, but I kind of want to reduce these, all right? Sue me. I'm going to redo how the animation works anyway. I kind of want these to be just ever so slightly faster. Is this going to change that much? No. But it'll make me feel better, all right? Common event updating minimap icons. But that's the thing, is it's not necessarily just updating the minimap icons. It's changing everything. Show decor, show pedestal, show room again in POV if leaving floor guardian. Maybe this is it? Okay, so if the player is in the floor guardian room and show picture, yeah, it's just showing the picture. Show doors in point of view. If that variable is equal to that and that, we're just going to say show the doors. Variable 523 is the, what is it? Mini boss spawn location. All right. So if the player's location is equal to the mini boss spawn location, and if 93 is equal to 5. 93 is the current room layout. We're getting our franchises crossed, it seems. Just a little bit. Must be a time zone thing. How many names in credits does William have? I don't think any, but I could be wrong. What? I'm done been inverted. Nothing. None whatsoever. Zip. Zilch. It is also possible that maybe they changed their name. It could have been someone else that changed their name, potentially. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. If you're equal to 5, set it to 1. What is happening there? So if you're equal to 5, go up and down, and set it to 1, so just down. Okay. He bet 10k on Tails and lost it, and said not. Maybe he was just very distraught about that fact and has checked out completely. I mean, I would too. If I lost 10k, I would also probably be like, see ya. I'm out. Please don't talk to me anymore. It's a good thing that I didn't bet. I didn't bet on it, and I'm fine. Gambling is an ugly thing. It's true. But it sounds like Riker knew when to just call it quits. Didn't try to win it back, was just like, you know what? Next time. But it's so fun. It really is. It really is a good time. I enjoy it. All right. So if you're 5, show 1. If you're 8, set it to 2. If you're 9, set it to 4. Okay. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, though. Who lost 10K? William Riker. That's true. Oh, William Riker's lurking. There he is. More like William, I'm currently down 10K. Yeah, wouldn't bet more than 25%. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. I do appreciate you still being here and lurking. The legend. The legend has returned. Okay, so this is just showing pictures, though. This is not actually changing anything to do with any of that jazz. So I don't know. Starting exit room, who's player's location. 2 master. Gregor, how much do you have? How much mana? The man, the legend. The Legrand. A Legrand right here. Dials are glowing. Okay. Again, just showing picture. Exploring new room, adding to the quest. I'm so very confused. Infinity boss room. Locked door. Got 32K left. That's impressive. That is very impressive. You got pick the lock, and then it turns on to master page 2. Could be in there, maybe? This just changes pictures. Easing. Picture, showing pictures. This is getting all of the monster database info. Shelf switches. Pictures, showing pictures. Items. Huh. This doesn't need to follow to use the emotes, but I am, right? I mean, I think you are. Pretty sure you followed. Is it the follow emotes or is it the sub emotes? Maybe you can subscribe. Yeah, because there are subscriber only emotes. It's like the animated ones. Unfortunately, they don't allow animated on for free, which is really annoying. I really wish that I could do some free animated. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But apparently you cannot. For some very annoying, frustrating reason. Yeah, I have no idea where it is changing this room to then be an unexplorable room. Not a freaking clue. Huh. I want Williams points. Agree. Let's go again. I'm feeling lucky. Yes. No. I want Williams points. Agreed. JK, I'm done with high rolling tonight. I wish I could make all emotes free. It would be really nice. I would be 100% down to just make all the emotes for free. Yeah, no. You don't actually mean it. You don't mean it, Riker. But next time, we will definitely do it again. What does the NASA logo mean? It's the NASA Artemis 2, of course. I'm assuming that means that they watched the launch live. My guess, anyway. Well then, there is only one solution. What the?
Welcome to the Moonwood Alliance, Bobby 3453.
Bobby, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for subscribing. Enjoy the emotes. I hope that they bring you much joy and happiness. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. That is awesome of you. I appreciate that. I have sweater because I'm comfy. Oh, that actually sounds really nice. Now I can eat the Raiders. Now you can eat the Raiders, and it's beautiful. Beautiful stuff. I'm glad that it was worth the emotes. So thank you for that. No. Everybody ready to see how much faster the animation is? Oh, look at that. You can move so much faster now. Oh my gosh, you can. You can run. You can run through this thing now. Woohoo, we're flying. Okay, it's probably a little bit too fast, but I kind of like being able to move a little bit faster. That is kind of nice. All right. What on earth is happening here? Why? Speedrun tag. I should have done this years ago. So why is it going to do it down here on the bottom? I just don't understand why it's created this weird ghost door that goes to nowhere. So confusing. Okay, so if I leave and come back, it doesn't... So it only does it in some places. I do not understand what this ghost door is or where it's coming from. Not a clue. Not a freaking clue where it's coming from. Oh well. Oh well. Such is life, I suppose. Okay, so if I leave, we still have... No, if I leave... Okay, so the text is good to go. So the text is good. When leaving the portal room back to the mini-boss room, showing old text. Yes, the old text is gone, so that one is good to go. When going back into the portal room, it shows the old altar and south door. That is true. It does. It's not great. Not great. The ghost door leads to the game's Easter egg. Unboxed, of course. Of course! That's a great point. That is an absolutely fantastic point. We definitely should have it to go to some weird Easter egg. I still have no idea. No idea. Like, problem is, like, I don't know how to manage the door. Because I don't know where it's coming from. That's why it's the ghost door. It's the spooky ghost door. Speaking of unbox, though, give me 2 seconds. I feel like we have... I've got time. I've got time. We're going to come in here. We're going to go to the subscriber pet project. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to do a little bit. And I'm going to do a little bit of Bobby 3453. Fly. Okay. Copy that. Paste that. And... Hey.
Go into the inkwell says, hello. I have arrived. Signed, a very tired inkwell.
Hello, Ink. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Aside from tired, it sounds like you were very tired, which hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep soon. But welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you here. Let me really quickly just refresh these chickens. Hold up, hold up, hold up. There we go. Now you should see a little bit of a Bobby down in here. Where's Bobby? I know you gotta be here. There you are. You're all the way over in the far side. There you go. I like it. Unboxed? Ah, yes, unboxed. That's true. Yes, so unboxed I mean, I guess we could go on a quick detour for this as well. Yeah, so unboxed, if I come over to here, just I guess we'll just go here. Yeah, so unboxed, it's a game that I made recently for a game jam. So, yeah, it's an idle clicker game. It has some bugs. It definitely has some bugs that I have worked out. I just can't push the update yet until the rating for the game jam is done. But, yeah, so Unbox is actually where all these chicken graphics came from, because they were all the graphics that I made for this game jam game. So, if you like idle clicker games, there you go. Is this also made in RPG Maker? It is. It 100% is. And I had a lot of fun making it. It was a lot of fun. But, yeah, it's very typical... just idle clicker game. Nothing too special with it. Again, it is a little buggy as of right now. This build right here, the idle is not actually working, unfortunately, and it is very unbalanced because I wanted to make it so you could get a lot of money really fast. So you could upgrade your chickens really fast, so that it wouldn't take forever to play the game all the way through for the voting and like the judging for the jam. So eventually there will be a more balanced version of this game that comes out. But yeah, good times, good times. Yeah, we could just link to Unboxed for the ghost door. I think that's a great idea, actually. Let's see here. Come back over here. There we go. Okay. Let's take one look over here. Let's see. It's a game jam game. Moon did.
Go into the inkwell says, buggy. Don't you mean balky?
That's a good point. It is balky. It's a very balky game. Thank you for that. Let's see. I'm okay. What? I've been inverted. Hello. Welcome. I'm okay. Just tired. Work was busy today. That is not good. Well, hopefully you can get some good rest. Hopefully you can relax at least. And yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, was this also made an RPG Maker? Maybe we should have an egg sandwich with a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping, which turns the monster into a radiant Clucknor. Yes, that would be glorious. There's got to be something. There's got to be some kind of Easter egg or tip of the hat to Unboxed. All that RE fun too. That's true. That's true. It's got to be some of that Resident Evil as well. It's getting you a little tired. I wonder if it's going to happen on the left side as well, if it's only on the right side. If we pick the lock, let's do a little bit of... Oh, that's a pretty good spawn. Let's get all the blues out of there. We'll get all the purples out of there. That was easy. Now, if I leave, I can't go down, I can't go left, but if I go right and then left... Yeah, so it's like only... I am so confused as to why it does that. Because this is the exact same, because it happened in this room here. So it's just opposite where this room is. So it's got to be something with moving right? I don't know. I literally have no idea. Not a freaking clue. Oh well. Dang it. I'm gonna double down on the soft 17. That was a bad idea. Dang it. Let's take a hit. Ooh, there we go. There we go. A soft 20. It's gonna be odds. I can feel it. It's gonna be odds. Take that, Danithar. All right. What if, is it possible 2 types of rooms can spawn on top of each other? I don't think so. I don't think so. I know there is some changes. So the way that I'm having to do this is it's very weird, right? Because one, it's all made in RPG Maker, so like I kind of have to like do some weird loophole things anyway. And so there are some weird things going on. So I do know that it changes this room's ID. I'm almost wondering if like maybe that is the potential issue, is that it's changing the room's ID to be able to then get it so you can go forward. Because to keep you from going forward, it has an ID of something that you cannot go north, which is what restricts the movement. And so then to be able to enable that, I have to make it so that makes it so you can go north. Was it happening over here then?
Go into the Inkwell says, also, brief detour. In this stream, ha 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 ha, good one.
Nothing is ever brief here. Never brief. Redraw the room layout. It's gotta be something here then, right? Because this is what's actually adjusting. Yes. This is what's actually adjusting the variable. Okay, it's gotta be something here. So what do we have here? What do we have here? So this is where it's actually having you do the puzzle. And then as soon as the puzzle's done, it then moves over to here. So this is erasing the Void Guardian room puzzle thing. Turn off that, and then redraw the room layout. So it's gotta be something in here. Let's just double check. So, what would they have been? All right, documents, GitHub, Tomb of Vercilias, not icons, images, pictures, door. Okay, so here's the doors, all right here. That's all 15 directions. Okay, so we're saying if the current room's layout, if the room times 4, if you're equal to 1, which means you can go down. Let's just look at if you could go, because the previous ways was you could go left. Left was the only way that you could go. So 2. So if you're equal to 2, then we want to say set variable 97 plus 523 to 7. Oh, I think I found it. I think I found it. So it shouldn't be 2 to 7, because that means you can go left and down. It needs to be 2 to 8. I think I found it. I think I found it. Oh my gosh, I'll be so happy if that actually fixes it. Okay. Oh, that would be glorious. I'm just going to double check the other ones, though. So if you're 4, which means you can go to the right, then you need to be able to go right and up, which would be 9. Yeah, so 4, you're 9. Okay, I think that was it. I think I accidentally set that to 7, an ID of 7, which you should have been an ID of 8. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to find Actually. Okay, this will work out perfectly, because this is exactly what we were experiencing, which is you can only go to the left, you cannot go down, you technically cannot go up, you can only go left again. So, we open the door, but we gotta pick the lock first. This is a bad spawn. Oh my gosh. Terrible. Any more red? There we go. Okay, so now should have adjusted it to be an 8. So if we leave and come back, I can't go down. Now, there could be potentially still an issue. And that is because it was on the bottom row. And that could be a problem. Okay, well, that's going to be an issue anyway. Pick the lock. You. There we go. So I could go down before anyway. Yeah, so nothing crazy there. Everything's fine there. Okay. This should be a good test, because you can't go down, can't go to the right, you technically can't go up because the door is locked, and you can go left. This is actually going to be a great test. So let's pick the lock. Oh yeah, I was going to test. Can I just click like crazy? And it doesn't break. Oh my gosh. Oh, that makes me so happy. So happy. I can't go down, can't go to the right, but if I go, and then I come back. Yes! Okay. Oh. Finally. Finally. Happy freaking day. Okay, so we got that bug fixed. I was going to give up on that bug, but we actually got it fixed. Happy day.
The Inkwell says, stuffing my face before I do anything else, Lamau.
Hey, sometimes that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do, especially if you've had a long day. Nothing wrong with a little bit of face stuffing. And I don't mean face stuffing in terms of like the stuffing you get on your face during a Thanksgiving dinner. I just mean eating a lot, fast. I like to do that. It's actually that would probably be the perfect way to describe how I ate my dinner tonight. Nothing is better. Okay, there are better things, but top tier is the junior bacon cheeseburger from Wendy's. Oh, so good. Especially when they throw on like an extra slice of bacon. Love it when they do that. Okay, let's continue with the bug fixing. So when going back into the portal room, it shows the old altar and south door. Yes. Okay, so over here. Room exit 1. Room exit 1. Okay, so that is correct. And then we're showing the obelisk. That is a very old obelisk. We do not need that to show anymore. Although stuffing would also be good. That would also be. Actually, it's one of those things that like I never really think about during the year of like I think about wanting it, but I never actually think like we should just have stuffing tonight. It's so good. But like, I'm just like, throughout the year, I'm never like, let's have stuffing and potatoes. Let's do it. We should all commit to having stuffing and potatoes sometime this week. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will have stuffing and potatoes this week. Yeah. Core 11? Is that what it is? Core 11. Hey, look at that. That is opening up in the wrong screen. Core 11. Okay, so that is what's showing. We do need to get rid of you. No? Alright, fair. You do not have to swear to have stuffing. I like the preciseness of it. Okay. So then it shows room 1, or room 0. Now room 0 should just be the blank room. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Monster. Oh, I think that's what it is.
Go into the inkwell says, oh. Before I forget, thank you so much for the raid the other night.
Oh, of course, of course. I am very happy to have been your first raid, and I will not be the last. I'm sure that many more raids are to come. Hopefully it wasn't too scary, since, you know, it was this community, so I'm hoping there was a good easing into. 'Cause yeah, it's it can be a little nerve-wracking to get other raids from like other people, especially in the very beginning. But honestly, like, it's gonna be great. You're gonna get used to it. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic, and it's gonna happen. It is gonna happen. Not at all because I know you. We are spooky. That's true. When you see some random dev a part of the raid, you know it's gonna be spooky. It's gonna be spooky with a capital T. Terrifying. We are terrifying. And dying. But not tonight. I will not die tonight. So maybe I think the actual problem, and I hadn't really thought about this, I believe it's showing. Oh, I think I know why it's looking weird. So I need to come down here. I just need to take a look though before to confirm my suspicions. Yeah. It doesn't feel as high stakes when you don't have any moves and stuff like that you have to stick to, you know? I think the problem is that there's no door showing here. And that's why it kind of looks bizarre. So let's stand on a 16. Okay. Let's take a hit on 12. I could have split my hand. Oh, well. It fades in. Okay, so it is showing. Okay. I think that'd be why. Show. What we need to do then, we just need to say, go to core. So wherever it updates, is it door? Wherever it updates door. Picture door. I think it would be in here. 324 event pages later. There's a lot. There's so many. There's so much going on to make this game work. It's kind of crazy. Which is why it gets a little ridiculous trying to find things, you know? So where does that actually show? Oh, so move player icon. Because it wouldn't technically be until here, because this adjusts. Yeah, because this adds all the stuff to the new room that you're in. Red likes made mouth. Show door. Show pedestal and orb. Show item. Show picture room 0. Show doors in POV. Okay, so that is showing the actual doors themselves, and that's picture 4. So I guess we would just say, if you are... You're entering... Starting exit room. Okay, so what if we just come in here and we just say erase picture number 4 in here? We don't need to show the doors, because there's only one direction. We already have it kind of hard-coded into it. So, did I ever tell y'all I'm writing a book? Ink, you did not say anything about that. At least I don't think so. I don't remember anyway. That is really cool. How far along are you? Let's see. VRTA Animator says, "Welp, I'm finna dip. Adios. I've been lurking the entire stream." Well, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here. And second of all, thank you for being here, for lurking. I do appreciate it. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening.
3453 just redeemed street.
And we will see you on a future stream. So thank you. Thank you. And of course, we got the stretch. Ooh. All right, everybody, let's do a stretch. Here we go. Oh, this is going to feel so good. Let's go to the right this time. And of course, to the left. Oh, and bring it back now, y'all. Oh, that was a good stretch, everybody. I'm glad you stretched with me. It'd be really tragic if you didn't stretch with me. You stretch with me, right? I hope so. I like how it's going to be like the last thing you saw for anybody else who's going to an ad break. That's like the last thing you saw of me just being like, you stretched, right? See, Arts2377 says, "Yo, hello, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad that you could catch the live stream. How you doing? How's life? How are things? Hopefully things are going well for you." I was supposed to. How could you, Poppy? How could you? You redeemed stretch. And then you didn't stretch yourself. I can't believe it. I mean, you didn't technically have to. I know that some people do, though. It's good. It's good to stretch your muscles and your bones. Stretch your bones, everybody. I didn't get a heads up. That's all right. That's all right. But next time. How can I get myself into game dev? I would say the first and probably the most important thing for getting into game dev is wanting to create something. So long as you want to create something, that is the first biggest step, because that is going to be the catalyst behind the drive to making you actually continue with game dev. Because here's the thing. You can read as many headlines as you want of, go into this engine, no programming required, or, be able to start making the game of your dreams in as little as 2 months, or whatever it may be. None of those are going to be enough to like continue to have you make a game and be creative and continue on your game dev journey. It doesn't matter how easy something is advertised as being, making a game is hard. Even an RPG Maker. I am making this game in RPG Maker right now, and it could not be further from the truth of it being very difficult. And this is not even taking into consideration the fact of like what I'm doing with this, right? Like just making a game in general, even with RPG Maker, it is going to be a challenge. There's going to be different challenges, if you're using RPG Maker versus using a Godot or all the way up to there to, I almost said Tomb of Vercilias, all the way up there to Unreal Engine or anything like that. There are going to be different hurdles, different challenges. Obviously, with RPG Maker, there are going to be much less challenges. There's still going to be challenges. There's still going to be issues, and you're still going to run into roadblocks that are going to have you question, do I actually want to make this game? So, the most important thing is you wanting to make the game and then doing it for yourself. Don't be making a game to impress someone. Don't be making a game in hopes you're going to make millions of dollars. Don't be making a game to be like, okay, I'm going to upload this to Steam and it's going to get hundreds of thousands, if not tens of millions of plays and streamers are going to pick it up. If you're making a game for those reasons, you're going to give up before you even get to that. So, I'll say it one more time. Make sure that you are starting off your game dev journey wanting to make a game. So, as long as you want to make a game, honestly, there's not really technically a right or wrong way to go in starting your journey. Caveat being, don't just open up Unreal Engine and just start clicking on things and hoping for the best. Like, obviously, you will need to learn how the engine works. It's going to be that way with anything, even with RPG Maker. Like, you can't just start and just click on things and hope they all work together. you will need to take the time to learn the engine. Obviously, there's going to be a much bigger learning curve depending on which engine you choose. So if you wanted, so say for example, if you already have that first step done, you want to make a game for you because you want to make that game. So long as you have that first step already good to go, I would personally recommend RPG Maker. And I know it's going to sound very biased because RPG Maker is something that I've been using now for 25 years. And I have a ton of fun with it. It's a blast. I know the ins and outs. It's great. So I am very biased. But it is also a very simple engine to be able to learn. So you can actually get started on your journey. And that is because, like, basically everything you would need to make a game is all there. Like, it blew my mind the first time that I ever tried to use an engine that wasn't RPG Maker, because I assumed that every engine was like RPG Maker. I assumed that every engine came out of the box filled with assets, with all the systems built in that you would already need, and you could just change them however you needed. It blew my mind the first time that I ever opened up Unity, and I was like, what am I looking at? What is this? Why is it blank? Where's all my characters? Where can I just click start spawn and just hit test play? Like, what is going on here? What is this? So I will say, if you start with RPG Maker, you are already starting 20 steps ahead of basically any other engine. Now, I'm not saying there aren't any other engines out there that just make it so you can just get started. RPG in a box, absolutely fantastic. It is it's not going to put you quite to the point of being RPG Maker, but it's going to give you a good starting point. Paper Maker is also another fantastic one that basically just out of the box, you're good to go. I know there's other ones out there as well. There's one called like Baskin RPG or something like that. There are a handful now. Nowadays, there are a lot that you can just go in. They have all the assets, all the systems are just good to go, and you can just go in and just like start adding your stuff. Now, I will say they usually are a little less customizable because of the way that they are built out. But it is still an option. It is still an option. You could use those. But yeah, so for me personally, I would recommend to start with RPG Maker, because it is a great way to just be able to jump in and just start messing with ideas. Like you could probably start making a game within, like, honestly, like the first day. Like, it's not going to be anything crazy, but the thing is, like, you could watch probably a couple hours of tutorials and you could be to the point where you're like, all right, I can start making a map. I can start making characters. I can start figuring out the dialogue system. Because once it kind of like once you get your hands on, like, here are the basics of the engine, you're kind of just free to start going, and just like, at that point you could just be like, all right, what happens if I click on this thing? Because more often than not, it's actually going to do something. Versus other engines where it's like, you click to add something and it's added, but it's not added. Because maybe there's another checkbox. It's like, oh, you need to, I don't know, enable gravity or something. And maybe it's just gonna fall through the earth. Or oh, you start the game and you're like, oh, everything is just black. What's going on here? Why here in the preview window am I seeing things, but then I hit test play and there's nothing. It's like, oh, I forgot to enable lights. There's no lights. So yeah. So anyway, so all this to say, make sure you have that drive, make sure you have that desire to want to make a game. And I would say start with RPG Maker, because it can be a great way to be able to experiment with different game ideas, pros and cons of making games. And it also gives you an opportunity to learn some very basics very quickly, and then you can apply those to other engines as well. So yeah, there you go. There's my very long spiel that is also worth 2 cents. How was your journey? Was there a time where you thought you couldn't because it's too complicated? 100%. There is not to the point where I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna make a game anymore. Like that part is pretty long gone. I mean, that definitely was in the very beginning. The amount of times that, like, I walked away from making games because I was like, it's too difficult. It's too complicated. I don't know. So like, I've walked away quite a few times, but I've always known that I wanted to make a game. And that's where it's like that drive kept coming back. So it was like, I wanted to make a game. And so when I would hit those roadblocks and those hardships, I would put it away. I'd set it down. I'd walk away and I'd be like, all right, I'm out. I'm done. But then that drive to want to create and want to share my creations just kept coming back. And I'm like, all right, come back. Let's try this again. So it does, for the first little bit, you will run into that a lot. Like, There's no way around it. Like, you will run into days, weeks, months, years where you're like, this is way too much. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm out. But as long as you have that initial drive, you're always going to keep coming back, and it's going to drive you to want to continue to not only create, but also to learn and to grow and to, continue to develop your skills. But even still at this point, even though I know that I'm like, making games is fun. I love making games. I want to continue to make games. I want to continue to entertain while and with my games. While making my games and with my games is what I'm going to say. But that doesn't change the fact that, like, there are still hardships that I run into. There are times where, like, I'll be working on something and I'm like, this is ridiculous. I hate my life. I hate this. This is the worst thing in the world. I mean, it literally just happened with a game that I was making for a game jam, like a month ago, where it was coming down to the wire. I had made like 80-ish% of the game, and then the last little bit I was trying to get, and I could not for the life of me. I spent like 7 hours straight just working on this thing, and I could not get it. And I even have messages in my Discord where, like, if you read them, you can I would assume you can probably hear and feel the, like, defeat in my message that I had posted, because I was just like, I cannot, this is terrible. I just can't. But the drive and the desire to want to keep going is what eventually pushed me over, and eventually I was like, hey, I actually got to figure it out. Great. So anyway, so yes, there are definitely times, and they still happen, like, and will always happen. You can speak to the most seasoned veteran in game dev. There will always be some kind of hardship, and it's gonna be, it's gonna change in scope. Maybe if you're first starting out and you're like, I cannot figure out how to get this guy to move. It's gonna be a hurdle that you're like, I just can't do this. Then eventually, once you get past that hurdle, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, like, this is amazing. I got my person to move. And then you're gonna get to the point where you're like, oh, I cannot get my guy to be able to open a door. And then you get them to open a door, and you're like, yes, this is great. So there will always be some kind of new hurdle that's gonna pop up, and it's gonna put you into a mindset of like, is this worth it? And I can promise you, it definitely is. Hurdles are always, you can always overcome a hurdle. Yeah, some of them are going to be bigger than others, but they can always be overcome. So hopefully that is inspiring, and it's not something that's going to scare you away. I hope. Fingers crossed. Anyway, let's see. Almost done with the current draft. The current word count is 32,896, 68 pages. Not bad. You should have stopped one page ago. I feel like the perfect length of a story is 67 pages. But that's my own personal opinion. Let's see, was I supposed to? I didn't get a heads up. Step 1, complete step 1. I literally make games for all those reasons. Okay, well, if you're some random dev, then you can make games wanting to have it be, purchased by tens of thousands of people and streamed by millions. But everybody else, all of us plebs, though, to be frank, I'm assuming that's what the F means. I do keep giving up. No, you don't give up. You don't give up. You reload. There you go. You are reloading your skills to use again later. Maybe Moon onto something. Maybe you keep coming back. You keep coming back. Chief Multihat says, I'll be happy with 5 purchases. Well, I'll learn to accept that of my game. You know what? Same. I'm like, if I can just sell 5 copies of Tomb of Vercilias, I will be beyond excited and ecstatic. I'll be so happy. The moment you will eventually want to do something a bit more complex, you will also be 30 steps behind someone using Unity. Good point. Great point. Ah! Sorry, there was a Axel YouTube jump scare. I had to be jump scared. Welcome, Axel. Glad you're here. Just don't get stuck in tutorial hell. True. Yes. You definitely, if all you do is just sit and watch tutorials, it is going to be a little bit difficult to continue to progress. So make sure that as you're watching tutorials, you are also either following along or you start trying things on your own. Yeah. Dude, I never want to touch game dev again. Bobby, no! Bobby, please, come back to the game dev. It's worth it. I promise. The fantasy novel, Lamau, those are kind of long by design. I'm gonna guess that's true. That is true. Yeah. I mean, for me, a 67 or 68 page novel, long enough for me. That is way long enough for me. But I know that other people would want longer. Just ask J.R.R. Tolkien. True. Rip another disheartened soul 07. Action Myth Game says 6-7. It's true. Good old 6-7. Playing Hitman 2 in Hitman 3. So I've been busy. You've been playing Hitman 2 in Hitman 3. I feel like you're gonna have to explain a little bit more about what you mean by that. So yeah, Art says, is it hard to get a job as a game dev or create a game that is best in your opinion and people don't like it? I can't really speak to getting a job in game dev because I don't work in game dev. This is just a part-time for me. I've got a completely different type of job. But I can't imagine it would be too difficult to get a job in game dev. I mean, you know, obviously if you're trying to go for more, like if you're trying to work at Blizzard or something like that. Actually, no, it kind of seems like Blizzard just lets anybody in. Given their track record of, you know, people who have worked at Blizzard and are very, very open about their working at Blizzard. But, yeah, so game dev wise, actually getting a job in game dev. Again, can't really speak to that, but, that's actually what I wanted to do when I was younger. I wanted to get into game dev, and then I was like, no, I think I just want this to be a hobby. Yeah, can't really speak to that, but or create a game that is best in your opinion. So here's one thing you will have to make sure that you don't ever do. You will never, ever, ever want to listen to a single person if they ever tell you that what you are doing is wrong. Unless they have a good reason behind it. Like someone could come in and say, oh, hey, like, you know, this thing would be a lot easier if you did it in this engine, or if you did it over here. That is completely valid feedback, right? Like, I've had plenty of people, and I agree with them, say, hey, if you didn't make this RPG Maker, if you used X, Y, or Z engine, you could have, like, this would be so much easier and so much better. Which is, I know that is factually true. But I don't know those other engines, and so, you know, I'm at the point now where I'm like, I couldn't really go back and redo what I've done and not have that set me back literally years, because I would have to learn a new engine and then remake the game from the ground up. So, things like that, there is constructive and valid criticism and feedback that you will have to be open to, but there are so many people with so many opinions, and they will let you know that their opinion is gospel. What they say is true, and everything that you have to say about it is wrong. The way that you coded that thing, it's wrong. The way that you've done that color palette is wrong. The way you designed that menu, that UI, the way you had those monsters, the way you did this thing, wrong. You did it wrong. Do it correctly. You're gonna have lots of people tell you that. And every single one of those people is wrong. Wanna know why? Because there is no wrong way to make a game so long as you make your game. It doesn't matter what engine you use. It does not matter how convoluted your code is. It doesn't matter what you do to get your game from A to B, so long as your game gets from A to B and it is playable and it is fun and it doesn't have, you know, game-breaking issues or performance issues, then you did nothing wrong. You got it from A to B, and that's fine. That's good to go. So, that is probably like the number one thing I would say to make sure of is if you start getting into this space, and especially if you are more public with what you are creating, just know you are going to get a lot of people with a lot of opinions. And as soon as any of them say, oh, you did it wrong because I wouldn't do it this way, they are wrong. So, but there is still valid criticism, and you will need to be open to that, because valid criticism is a very big thing. I have had a lot of valid criticism about my game, and it has helped make the game so much better, which has been fantastic. So making sure that you're listening for the valid criticism and then kind of weeding out the just people being people. Yeah. That's why Pirate was hired there. That skill a meme? Maybe. Exactly. Oh wait, what else am I missed? Let's see. I now must give you a Steam key. No. You don't. Hitmanception. Recursive Hitman. That's better. That skill a meme. That's why Pirate was hired there. Still 8. Still 8. Something like that. Game devs quit every week. Then they get inspired again later. It's true. That is true.
What that turned Moonman into a chicken.
Look at that. I'm a chicken. Everybody. Yeah, my objectively really badly coded game is actually amazing. There are nearly no bugs. See, See, there you go. There you go. That is honestly what you need to get at the end of the day. And here's the thing. I will admit that my game is also very poorly coded. Except for the plugins that I have from other people who actually know how to code. But everything else that I'm doing, not so great. Not so great. Wise words, preach. Keyword there. Valid criticism. Exactly. Yeah, there's constructive and valid criticism, and then there's just criticism. And you don't need to listen to the criticism, because that's just people giving their opinions. And hey, if it's not right for them, then they can go on their merry way. But valid criticism and feedback means that they are actually invested, and they want you to do better, and they want to see the project you're creating do better. And so definitely listening to that valid criticism is a good way to go to actually make things better. But then criticism is sweep that under the rug. It's 5:30 a.m. Spelling is hard right now. You're good. You're good. No worries. I would also not be spelling very well if it was 5:30 in the morning, I would say. And even if criticism is valid, there's a right and wrong way to deliver it. True. Yeah, because like you can say something like if someone were to come in here right now, right? You know, there could be the feedback of, wow, that room looks really boring. I don't like it. Or someone could come in and be like, oh, hey, I feel like there could be maybe some extra things you could add to the room. Like, are you planning on adding more to the room, like different lighting effects or things like that? Which is essentially getting the same message across, but in a very different way. The first way is very aggressive and is basically just saying, hey, this thing sucks, make it better. The second feedback is saying, hey, this thing sucks, but you should make it better. And it feels a lot better to have someone come in and maybe make a few suggestions. They ask a question instead of just an outright, direct criticism of the product. And if someone came in with the first example that I gave, my answer would probably be, yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely more I want to do. I want to, change the lighting a bit. I want to maybe add some different decorations. Maybe I want to change how the fire is animated. And I'll probably like jokingly respond and be like, oh, I think it's great. Depending on the mood I'm in. But if someone comes in and they ask a genuine question, they're like, hey, the room layout looks kind of cool, but like, are you going to add like different, maybe kind of like a flickering effect, or is there going to be like more things on the walls? Are there going to be like some cracked bricks? At which point I could then be like, oh, I'm glad you asked. Like, we actually have different, different decorations for all the rooms. So like this one's got some cracked bricks. This one's just plain. This one's got a different kind of torch. This one's got vines growing on the walls. And yeah. So anyway, I feel like I've gone on with this too long. So hopefully some of this has been great for you. I hope. Anyway, i.e. don't be a dick. Exactly. If you're going to give feedback, just don't be a dick about it. Just, you can be honest, but make sure you're giving that honesty in a good way. Yeah. There we go. Okay, well, it seems like that one bug is fixed now, which is absolutely fantastic. Oh, we're splitting the double aces. Oh, we got a blackjack, everybody. We got a blackjack. All right, let's take a hit. Let's take a hit on this guy. Okay, we got a solid 14 now. We got a solid 15. Oh my gosh. Oh, this mixed with the 2x damage. Okay, so what should this do? This should be doing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. This should do 14 damage. He should be, as long as he doesn't get a 21, this guy should go down to negative 13 health. Let's see what happens. Okay, so the 2x damage is not working. I need to fix that. But that was still a great hand. Basically, make stuff, have fun, GG. Exactly, yeah. Make stuff that's fun, have fun while doing it, and you're in a good spot. Hey, Moon Man, will the game have controller support? Yes, it will. The demo probably will not, at least not in the very beginning. And it's not going to be like hot swappable. Like, you won't be able to just like, you're definitely gonna have to like enable controller like from the main menu like screen, right? Because there is going to be a bit that I'm going to have to change. Like, for the most part, some things will work just fine. Like, the movement would work just fine. Like, I could probably honestly just plug in a controller and it would probably just start working. Like, let me see. I'm pretty sure if I just plug in a controller, connect. Okay, there we go. All right, what happens? Hey, look at that. Look at that. I can, I've got my controller right here. Okay. My gosh. Freaking OBS. So wait, so if I flip it like this, then it's fine. But if I bring it closer, okay, it's still fine. But anyway, yeah, so I can just kind of move around, do things. The problem is, I can't really interact with anything. You know? I can move. That's about it. So I will be adding controller support later. Yeah, I think there are some things that do work technically. Like I think if on this screen, I think if I press, I think like it's generate property X of null. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember. But, so I will have to do some very specific things to get it to actually work. I don't know why this is not working. I used to have the number keys working, so you could do like 1, 2, 3. Because eventually I'll probably make it so like when you're, selecting your cards, it would be like, X, A, and B or something like that. Or you'd like press left and right to be able to, I don't know, something like that. So, short answer, yes, there will be controller support. It will probably not be in the first part of the demo. Just because there's so many things that I have built out in the game that are only interactable with, specifically to mouse and keyboard. Because like everything up here is all interactable with mouse and keyboard. Everything over here is interactable with mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard. The combat is all mouse and keyboard. So it's like, I will eventually want to add it. I feel like this would be a lot of fun to have be like a couch game. So, yeah. So basically we'll just have to figure out some ways to actually get the controller support. So anyway, yeah, so basically it'll just be like in the menus, you'll just turn on, you'll just switch back and forth between being on controller or being on mouse and keyboard. And then when you make that switch, then it'll start looking for, and it'll probably adjust some of the UI as well. So yeah, we'll have VR support. Maybe one day I will add VR support to Tomb of Vercilias. That'll be a thing I'll do eventually. Yes. I should use my controller more often. Also, I know that I've shown this off way back when I first got it. Look at that thing. Look at how cool that thing is. Oh. Such a cool controller. And I hardly ever use it. It's just sits on my desk. So I'm definitely more of a mouse and keyboard kind of guy. We'll just unplug that. Anywho. I just struggle with mouse and keyboard games. I mean, that's fair. And I mean, like, to be fair, this is definitely a more low-key mouse and keyboard kind of game. Like, obviously there's not, it's not gonna be like first-person shooter kind of, going crazy and all that fun stuff. Yeah. So it will eventually be there will be mouse and keyboard and controller support, and technically there will be touchscreen support. So you will be able to technically play it eventually, because I want to also have it be probably on itch as well. So if you wanted to, you could buy it on itch, and then you could play it in your web browser too. So there's that. And then maybe eventually I'll make it so you can actually get it on like the App Store or something. Yeah. Technically, all of this will be, because it is just I literally could just like export it and have it be playable in browser. Good times. My housemate has to learn that. Wait. Oh, for mouse and keyboard, yeah. Camera reverses it, so it looks great. I'm gonna guess that's true. That's true. It was reversing it, so it did look a little bit not. But it's still a good time. Still a great time. I have some physical limitations that makes it a bit harder. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. And that's why I really want to make it so you can play it, because then also what I want to be able to do is I want it, and this would kind of go along with the controller support as well, because I want you to be able to do mouse and keyboard, or just mouse. Yeah. And then also controller, touchscreen. I want there to be as many input methods as possible so that people can play it as well as possible. Yeah. Don't worry, the less you use it, the longer it will take to develop stick drift. I guess that's a good point. That's a good point. It will just sit there and be in pristine condition. By the way, when will you update the screenshots on Steam? Was showing Tomb of Vercilias to a colleague, but on Steam they are kind of old. She thought the game looks cool. Either way, though, I appreciate that. Thank you for spreading the word. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I do need to update them because there have been a lot of changes since then. I sometimes think I just need to take like a day off of work and just spend time on this and on getting the Steam page more updated. So it is definitely going to be something that happens before the demo actually releases, but I don't know exactly when. But I do want to get those updated. Yes, learn how to be nice to others. Oh, gotcha. I see. Oh, let's see. Hitman 3 is Hitman 1, 2, and 3. Oh, especially to let you work there for 7 years. No one has a good reason to tell me not to murder. I mean, that's a great point, Axel. That is a really great point. What's your opinion about RV There Yet game? I have never played it, but it looks like a lot of fun. I started to learn game dev in Unreal Engine as a hobby for the first time. It was so complicated. Yeah, don't do that. Do not open Unreal Engine and just think you're going to start making a game. You're not. I mean, if you have nothing but time on your hands and you are really good at just like watching a tutorial and being like, okay, this makes sense, then maybe. But I would not recommend starting game dev with Unreal Engine. That is a huge bite to chew.
Bobby 3453 turned Moonman into a chicken.
Oh boy, I'm a chicken, everybody. I'm a chicken with a helium voice. I'm an inverted chicken with a helium voice. Good times. Maybe start with RPG Maker or Godot. Yes, and I would highly recommend, either RPG Maker or Godot, I feel like would be
really good ones to start with. Godot, I can't really speak to personally because I've never technically... Okay, I've installed it, I've opened it, I have looked at it, but I've never technically... Oh, never mind. I was like, wait, did it break? It did not break. Yeah, I have technically installed it, opened it, messed around with it a little bit, but that is all I've done with Godot. But I have heard great things. I have heard great and glorious things about Godot. I don't know anybody in here that would, necessarily say it's like a good engine, but I've heard some good things about it. How did you design the core concept of this game? So this is actually the general concept of the game is something that I have kind of had in the works for 3 to 5-ish years now. Obviously, like, this is way different than the original ideas, but like the idea of making a blackjack, like a game where the combat is blackjack, that has been in like the back of my mind for probably like 5 years now. The original concept was for a game that I wanted to try and make called Black Mage Jack. It's like blackjack, Black Mage Jack. And it was going to be, again, it was a dungeon crawling RPG where the combat was blackjack, a little different than what you see here. And I probably tried 5-6 times maybe to get that thing to where I felt like it'd be good. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay, the pedestal is gone and it no longer does the south door. Awesome, cool. So we can get rid of that one. That is a bug fixed. Look at that, everybody. We're fixing bugs. And yeah, so I tried off and on to make that one. Again, this is where it's like the drive definitely needs to be there. Because again, I tried for it was probably about 3-ish years that I was trying to make this game called Black Mage Jack, and I'm like, I just could not get it quite right. And then about a year and a half, 2-ish years ago, something like that. I guess it was, about a year and a half ago, is when I first started having the initial ideas for what this turned into. Because initially, it was not going to be a whole, it was going to be kind of like this, but not very similar. Not very similar at all. I can actually... because I know that we've looked at this other times. So let's go over here to Open Cloud Documents. I think if I just search for Tomb of Vercilias 1. There it is. Was it Tomb of Vercilias 1 or just Tomb of Vercilias? It was just Tomb of Vercilias. Yes, there we go. Yeah, so this was the original idea that I was concepting out for what eventually became Tomb of Vercilias. And as you can see, there are similarities. So like if I open this up and you see the game, like you can see the similarities in the game. Like you've got this to that, this to that. Like, it's kind of like the same general layouts and stuff like that. But quite different from what it now is. But yeah, so this was the initial idea that I had for Tomb of Vercilias. It was going to be very, very retro feeling. This was the first person view. This was going to be where your map was. It was going to be a randomly generated map. And then basically the way that the stats were all going to work was everything was based off of D6s. So it's like your health was a D6, your defense was a D6, your melee attack, your magic attack, they were all D6s. And then you would have your inventory. And this was basically how you replenish your HP, replenish your defense, replenish your attack. Essentially, the way that it was going to work was, obviously, your HP, you could have up to 6 HP. Your defense dice could increase that, amount of hits you could take. So you could then also, and then basically the way that it works, so if you were to merge this 2 dice into the 2, it would become a 4. So it wouldn't become a 3, it would become a 4. And so, like, as you were going through, you would collect the items, kind of like how it is currently. You've got your obviously they're upgraded D20s now. You've got your D20s, you merge them together, get better D20s, all that fun stuff. But these were going to dictate all of your stats originally. Yeah, and then you'd go around, you'd find the dice on the ground as you went through, you fought the monsters, and then essentially, you'd click, okay, I want to do a melee attack on this guy, and if you melee attacked, then it would reduce this attack by 1. So it would do 3 damage to this monster, and then it would reduce it by 1. And there was kind of the same thing over here with the monster. The red were the health dice, green were defense, blue is melee attack, and purple is magic attack. And yeah, then basically the way that it worked is, so if you did damage to the monster, it would just reduce their dice until eventually they ran out of health dice, and then they would die once that happened. And yeah, you'd have your quests, and you'd be going through and doing all sorts of fun stuff, and that was like the general idea. So this was back in like November of 2024. I was like, what if I made a game like this? Just a very simplistic game. And I was really liking it, but I was like, I felt like something was missing. I was like, it's interesting, but like it's fine. And I just couldn't quite get it right. And I was like, I don't know what I'm missing. And so then that's when I pull this one up now. That is when I went through a slight redesign, and I ended up with this, because I realized, I was like, I feel like the D6s, it just was not going to allow for enough, it just wouldn't allow for enough, right? Like, your player could only ever have a maximum of 12 hit points, because you could have your 1 health dice and your 1 defense dice. So you could only get up to 12 hit points. And I was like, that is going to be an absolute nightmare when you start fighting harder monsters. And it's like, what are you gonna do? You can only upgrade your character so much. So I went in, kind of redesigned it just a little bit, updated to use the D20s instead of the D6s, put the map over here, and then I was left with this giant open area right here. And I'm like, what am I gonna do with this big area? Like, what do I do with it? What am I gonna put there? Like, if I'm gonna have a smaller minimap over here, you've got like the room loot right here, and I'm like, what am I gonna put there? Like, I have no idea. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, what if I incorporated the Black Mage Jack mechanics, so the whole Blackjack combat, and what if I implemented that into this Tomb of Vercilias idea? And that's where it kind of clicked. I was like, oh, hey, I could do that, and then I could make the game look like this. And so that's eventually where we landed. So it's all the same concepts from that first game, redesigned a bit, and then yeah, now with the Blackjack combat, and again, it is kind of spiraled into way more than I was originally anticipating. But that's how that goes. That is how game dev goes. You start with something, and then it gets out of control, and then before you know it, you're like, all right, I've bitten off way more than I can chew, but I'm locked in. So anyway. Let's see. Maybe start with RPG by Godot. It's a good engine. I was joking about Godot. I have heard that it's a really good engine. Godot has kickstarted my actual game dev path. I've used Unreal and Unity and even Game Maker, but never got too far in it because I had to fight the engine, or it's overcomplicated. Godot has its quirks, and occasionally it can just not work, but it isn't a bad engine. I enjoy using Game Maker a lot. Not Game Maker, I meant RPG Maker. There. Well, it sounds like you've kind of poked around a little bit with a few bit different engines, which is a good thing to do. RPG Maker was easy to pick up and fun to use, but confused me at times while learning it. But when you learn it, making just becomes easy and real quick to iterate, which was nice. That is true. Yeah, RPG Maker is really good at just letting you get in there and make your game. I will say though, if you are not familiar with RPG Maker, don't use me as an example. Do not look at this and be like, I'm gonna make this an RPG Maker. Don't do it. Learn Godot. You can. I wouldn't recommend it though. I like the portrait. I like those portraits too. I may actually switch back to those portraits. Maybe. It is a pack that I purchased and it can be used commercially, so I may just switch back to those. In the original, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I did like the original portrait. I didn't make it myself. Again, it was ones that I had purchased. Yeah. Gambling to the max. All right, I gotta head out. Ink, thank you so much for being here. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening, and hopefully we'll see you in a future stream. Or I will see you in a future stream. Proper Dog Live says, I made it again. That's 4 streams in a row now. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Also, hi, hello, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Technical Mindscape says, God bless this. Thank you, Technical Mindscape. I appreciate that. How you doing? How is life? How is things? How are things? How you doing? Art says, bye bro, I've got to attend computer graphics image processing exam today. Good luck with that. Good luck. I hope that it goes well for you, and hopefully we'll see you in a future stream. So good luck though, if we don't, with your game dev journey. I've got my fingers crossed for you. I believe in you. Yeah, Technical Mindscapes, how you doing? How's life? Hopefully things are doing well for you. Okay, so what are the next bugs we need to fix? We need to get the greens, we need to get the blues. There we go. Let's see. So when interacting with the glyphs, if you leave the room and come back, the options aren't interactable. It just needs to turn off the glyph. Okay, yes. So I believe we basically just need to take the exit. Because if we do interact with glyphs, and if we click where the exit used to be, the exit still technically works. Then I should be able to leave, come back, come back, interact with the glyphs. There we go. Everything's fine there. So it's just that I need to take this, whatever is currently happening with exit, I need to take that and make it so that when I just leave, that shouldn't happen. Oh, wait, can I click exit? And then if I come over here, I can do that again. Cool. Yes, that's all it was, is I just need to click exit. Happy day. Happy day. Well then, let's come over here. And I'm also now realizing... Okay, so let's actually just get rid of all of this. We don't need any of that. Apply. Now... Portal puzzle interaction. Oh, that's what these are. Okay. I think I can actually get rid of this. So this was just a bunch of backup stuff that I was using to make all of this. So I think I can get rid of that one. I need to do better at cleaning up events when I'm done with them. Because this whole pile over here is just events that I'm not 100% sure what I was using them for, but I don't want to just delete them. So I'm like, ugh. Maybe I'll like cut and paste them into another map, and then if I never use them again, then we can just delete that map. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably just make like a garbage map or something. Probably. Okay. So we need the actual portal interaction. Which is that happening in here? No. That's over here. Portal puzzle. This one? Maybe? I'm trying to decide which one was this one. Okay, exit button. Here we go. Exit button. So if you hover over it, show that picture. I'm trying to decide if we actually keep the exit button. I feel like we don't need it. Yeah, we'll keep it anyway. If pressed, do that. So turn on show dialogue. Portal puzzle, turn off A. Okay. I think we can actually just take this, highlight and select dials. So let's just copy that. Steven says, what ratio do you think the game assets are from someone else to made by yourself? I'm struggling on whether to use ones I've bought or practice and learn to make my own. So wait, so what ratio do you think the game assets are from someone else made by yourself? Not sure I understand the question. Like, are you wanting to get my opinion on like what I think in terms of like, should you make your own? Or like, what am I currently using? We need to actually... Oh wait, no, it isn't here. Like for Tomb of Vercilias, I assume most are made by you, yeah? Yes, so it's... I would say about 98-ish% of the assets in the game are made by me. So there are a couple things, and I'll say this again, because I do feel bad about some of this, and I hope that I haven't made people hate me. But, like, so there's a couple icons that were made originally by somebody else, and then I, like, went in and redrew them. So, like, Nick's Hat of Divine Wisdom, for example. There was an icon of a wizard's hat that was originally drawn by Nick, and I got it, and, like, I think I had to, like, basically resize it a bit, and so I was like, I'm just gonna redraw it and have it be similar to what Nick created, and then... when I went in and I redesigned these cards again, and I ended up redoing the icon again. And I feel bad because it's like, it doesn't really look much of anything what Nick submitted, but it also, I'm still very grateful for it. So if you have created something for this game and it has either not been added or it has been added and then removed later, I am very sorry. I am not trying to like have someone like create something only to like then have me not add it later. But, yeah. But anyway, so, yes. So, then you got things like these sandwiches from some rand dev. They were created by some rand dev, obviously. But, yeah, and then this guy right here, this was not made by me. This technically was made by AI, because this was actually in an asset pack that I had purchased. This was probably like 2 or so years ago. I purchased it because it was something like, I think it was like $5, maybe it was like $10 at the time. It was like $10 for like 3,000 characters. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like that is insane. And yeah, and so I was like, that is a really cool pack. And they highlighted like hundreds of characters and they looked really cool. And they were like full portrait characters. And I was like, these are really cool. Like, sure, I'll spend $10 for like thousands of characters. Like, sure. And so I went and bought the pack. And I was looking through it. I'm like, these are some really cool portraits. And I went through the first, few dozen. I'm like, these are really cool. And then I hit one and I'm like, something feels off about this guy. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And I kept going. I'm like, all right, this one's good. It's cool. Something feels off about this guy. Cool. Something feels off. Cool. Something feels off. And then it just got to the point where like basically every single character, I'm like, something just feels weird. And I started noticing there was like inconsistencies in the style. There were just all sorts of weird issues. So I go back to the page, and then down at the very bottom in a small asterisk section, they were like, oh, by the way, these were all generated by AI. I'm not going to pay you to generate pixel art for me. Like, I could go out and I could buy, even the chickens are upset. I could go out and buy I could go generate my own AI art if I wanted to. I'm like, I'm not paying for this. So I ended up returning it, and then I need to actually replace them. I just have been very lazy too. So these guys were not created by me. They are going to be replaced by hopefully art that I can create. People are the one thing that I still am struggling with very hard. That is a weird thing to say. I'm struggling with a lot still. I feel like I've gotten a lot better at environments, UI, monsters. I'm getting better at. But like, that one's still like, I'm still like trying to get a good feel for that one. But people, that one is one that I'm like, I am going to struggle with this for a very long time. So yeah, so everything else in the game, the UI, the environments, the decorations, all that stuff, it is stuff that I'm slowly but surely getting better, right? Because I'm sure you can tell when you look at some of these things, it's like, okay, these were things that you created near the beginning of the game versus these are things you've probably created slightly more recently, because as time goes on, I do slowly but surely get better with the design and the art style. Just things feel a little bit more detailed. Like the detail in this little mini game right here versus like the rest of the room. It's like, okay, yeah, you can tell like there's just like the subtle details to like add extra depth and color to it is very different from this room that I created forever ago, and it's just still there. So I do need to go through. I'm actually gonna have to update a lot of the art in this game just because I'm gonna have to redo it up to the standards that I am now at versus what I was at a year ago. Anyway, all that to say, the majority, like most of the stuff in the game was created by me. I am still very grateful for anyone who wants to make art for the game, and I will try to find a spot for it. I may have to like, tweak it a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely something that like basically my entire game development career, my life, my hobby time has been just using other art packs, right? Because anything that's not pixel art, I'm going to struggle with. Like I cannot make things that are not pixel art. And even pixel art I struggle with, but even more so when I'm trying to do stuff that's this, but not in pixel art form. So if you have asset packs, highly recommended. Great stuff. Amazing artists out there that do amazing work, and I cannot recommend getting asset packs enough. Like great stuff out there. Great stuff out there. The biggest thing that I will say though is you need to make sure when you are looking for asset packs, make sure that all of the art actually feels coherent, right? Because there's nothing worse than getting into a game and everything just kind of feels like it was like, they got these UI elements over here, they got these icons over here, these characters were picked from this asset pack over here and this thing, and they like mush them all together, and you're like, they're close but not quite. And that's just kind of like maybe there's just like a little bit more work that needs to go on the developer's end, where it's like, okay, I'm going to spend a little bit more time to color match everything or whatever it may be. So yeah, highly recommend asset packs if you're wanting to just have amazing stuff that you don't have to work too much at. Asset packs are absolutely fantastic. But if you're wanting to grow your skills as an artist, it's honestly a really great way to be able to slowly but surely create new assets for a game, because you will actually, it's kind of like a time capsule, honestly, to see stuff that you had created in the very beginning versus what you are now creating at whatever point in time you are in your life. So I think that's fair. Was expecting I used AI to make this and was ready to hate on. No, full disclosure, I have used AI for code, just because like I'm learning. I'm trying to figure it out, and so it is very easy just to be able to go in and be like, hey, this is what I've written out. What have I missed? What's going on here? What's wrong here? Because it'll in 2 seconds be like, oh yeah, you just need to change this to this. And lots of reference. I think I've talked about this before, where it's like the town that I drew referenced, old game manuals to try, and that is the old main menu. I did not want the main menu. The town was a lot of reference to like old game manual to get like that like dark like Sierra games, if you're familiar with like these old Sierra games. So lots of reference and all sorts of fun stuff like that. Yeah, I am definitely trying to get better at doing my own art, and not just having to rely on asset packs, because when it comes to something like this, it's like, I know there are asset packs out there like it, but it's like the chances of finding someone who has created a whole bunch of dark fantasy like first person pixel art that would fit exactly what I want, I'm like, it's not really, there's not a whole lot out there. So anyway, all that to say, I am enjoying it now, making my own art and all that stuff. So, and again, like I was saying with the capsule, like obviously, like I made this whole scene. How long has this been now? Probably 8 months ago is when I first started making the town. And you can see like where I was back then, like kind of flatter colors, not a whole lot going on, versus like what I made. This was probably like 3-4 months ago. Tried to get more depth, more like I was also, again, going through a lot of different examples of like old art where it's like I was missing something. So if you look at like the Mages Guild, it's all very flat colors. I tried to get like some shading, I did like different colors on the bricks, like made the top of the table a little bit lighter than the base of the table, but it was missing something. And when I went back and looked at old art, it had like this, like almost like, I'm trying to think of like the best word to describe it. Like a speckly almost kind of thing for the lighting. I don't know why I cannot think of the term, but anyway, like the pillars wouldn't just be a flat color, right? Like it wouldn't just be this shade of purple all the way up and down. But it also wouldn't be, hey, there's going to be one line of light on this part here. You know, it kind of like it I don't know, speckles is like the best way I can think to describe it. Like it kind of like overflows and speckles and things like that to try and get that feel of like the depth and the grittiness, the graininess. I guess you could say grainy would be a great way to go. Yeah. Anyway, that is sorry, that was a very long spiel that I went on. Yeah. Wait, before I go, what version of RPG Maker are you using? So I am using RPG Maker MV. It should be the latest version of MV. Like I don't think they've updated it. Yeah, since 1.6.3. So yeah, so RPG Maker MV is the one I'm using. If you're wanting to get into RPG Maker though, I would highly recommend RPG Maker MZ. MZ is, I would say, the best way to start RPG Maker now. Yeah. Let it be known, you can fart without the F on Moon. That's true, you can. You can fart without the F on Moon, it's true. Using AI to learn code is fine, art is a different topic, true. And I know that, you know, everyone's gonna have their own opinions on AI, anything. I'm very much so in the middle. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if someone uses AI to create music, to create art, to create, like, write code, stuff like that. But I will say I feel like it's usually very obvious. So, I don't know. But hey, if someone wants to do that, go for it. If they're happy with it, great. But it also kind of gets to the point where it's like, are you actually even creating at that point? Like, you're kind of just like directing a thing to do a thing. I don't know. Hot take, but code is just as valid as a creative endeavor as art, and people's takes on AI should be consistent for both. Yeah, fair. Fair, that's why I specified the learning part more as a rubber tucking tool. I mean, that's fair. And I know that I lean, like, not to get into a whole thing, but, like, I know that I lean a lot more, I'm more along the lines of, like, if you use it, like, I don't care, mostly because I'm not an artist, I'm not a developer, I'm not a sound designer, I'm not any of these things professionally, and so if someone's using AI to do those things, it doesn't really affect me, because it's not a, whatever it did, like, there's no, oh, it's taking my job kind of a thing. But I also feel like anyone who's going to be using AI to create art probably wouldn't have been paying an artist anyway, and so I'm kind of like, well, would it have technically taken an artist's job anyway? Now, when it comes to corporations, that's where I kind of draw the line a bit more. But if it's like just some guy in his basement just making something, like making some kind of art, I'm like, whatever. I'm probably not going to spend any money on it. I'll see something and be like, oh, wow, that's cool. Oh, you made it with AI. Cool. I'm not going to buy it because, whatever. But anyway, that's where I kind of line up. I'm like, I don't care. Like, use your AI, whatever. I use it for coding. I've used it for brainstorming of like, hey, I'm trying to think of names. Like, help me come up with like these fantasy names or stuff like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even the art, I'm like, whatever. But it will be, at the end of the day, the issue that I have with AI is it will never allow you as a programmer, as an artist, as a creator to be able to develop your own creative skills. You're basically just kind of putting it on this machine that can do a great job with it nowadays. Like, it is crazy how good of a job AI has gotten at literally anything from music to art to video to anything and everything in between. But the more you just put into a prompt, hey, I want this thing, do this thing, it's no different than going to someone who's really good at doing a thing and being like, hey, can you do this thing for me? And they just go, okay, here you go. And you're like, all right, cool. And you just take it and go. Like, you didn't learn, you didn't grow. And if at the end of the day, you're fine to just walk away with that piece of code, that piece of art, that piece of music, and just upload it or use it, like, hey, that's your prerogative. You do you. But at the end of the day, I feel like in the end, most people who don't rely heavily on that or don't rely on it at all are going to be better off because they will have developed those skills over time. So again, if you like AI art, AI music, I'm not going to knock it. I will admit there have been a handful of AI generated playlists for music that I have listened to that I'm like, this stuff is crazy and I love it. Like there's actually a channel that I recently subscribed to where they are taking the Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy soundtracks, and they are redoing them in like different genres with AI. So like they're taking like, the Final Fantasy 9 soundtrack and they're synthesizing it. And it's like, it's the Final Fantasy 9 soundtrack, but as if it were created with, 80s and 90s synthesizers. I'm like, this is really cool. Like you did a really good job with it. Or there's some where like they turn all the music into like, if it was a music box, I'm like, really cool. So like stuff like that, I'm like, whatever, have my half a cent of ad revenue every now and then. But like, yeah, so anyway, I feel like I have gone on for this too long, so I apologize. Yes, but MZ is the name of the program, Inc. I am so sorry that it took me forever to eventually answer you. Yes, RPG Maker MZ or MMZ. Yeah. Ducking. Oh, right. Yeah, rubber ducking tool. True. Temp art done with AI is fine. I do the same eventually. You can replace stuff. I mean, that's fair. And that is another thing. Like I've heard arguments too. It was actually, and I know I've gotten all this before, so I'm not going to go too long. If you've ever heard of the YouTuber named Jazza, so Jazza is he's an artist and has, I can't remember how big Jazza's channel is, like massive, like very big content creator. I can't remember if he's in like the hundreds of thousands or if he's now in the millions of subscribers. Like very, very big content creator, and he's an artist. He does digital art. He does like 3D printing, modeling stuff, like crazy, really cool stuff. Like has made all sorts of great projects. Been doing it for years. And then, AI came out and he kind of started experimenting with it. And he gave an opinion, which was basically the AI is absolutely fantastic for artists because it will allow you to create your thing. And then you can use AI to like fill in all the small little details that like just don't matter that much. But like if they were missing, like if they weren't there, people would know it was missing. But it just takes so long and it's so tedious. It's like, you don't want to go to a tree and be like, I have to paint hundreds of thousands of leaves on this tree to make it look cool. Unless you want to get like some weird outline, like draw a couple like squiggly lines in the middle. You can do that and like you can create the illusion of a lot of leaves, but it's like, or you can go and you have to like, hand paint hundreds of thousands of leaves. Or as the artist, you can create the tree trunk, you can get all that filled in, and then you can give that to AI and be like, hey, put leaves on the trees. Make sure that every single one is, you can see every single leaf and make sure to get good details on it. And it will add hundreds of thousands of leaves in 10 seconds. And then as the artist, they can then go back in and they can start fine tuning and adding other, they can start perfecting their piece while taking out that tedious multi-hour project of hand painting the leaves. So, and that's where I'm kind of like, you know what? I get that. Like if you're using it as a tool, absolutely fantastic, right? Like you wouldn't use a hammer to paint your walls, but you also wouldn't use a paintbrush to hammer in nails. So use the right tool for the right job and you're going to be fine. Could you paint a wall with a hammer? Yes. It's not going to look good at the end of the day, and it's going to take a lot longer than it should. It could be done though. Same thing with AI, it's like you could use AI to do all sorts of crazy stuff. At the end of the day, probably not going to be as good. Probably, you're not going to learn as much. Probably going to take potentially even longer than normal, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. I apologize for going on for so long. AI for me is like tutorials. If you don't know where to start, it's not a bad route, but at some point you need to leave it behind. True. Exactly. Yeah, you can't use the training wheels for the rest of your life. No worries. Oh, I appreciate that, Ink. And Squad says, hello, Moonman. Hello, Squad. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you're having an absolutely fantastic day so far. How's life? How are things going for you? And week. I hope you're having a good week too. Okay. So let's get back into this. We need to get at least the rest of the bug fixes done. So if I come over here, no, come over here. Here. No, it's this one. This is the one. Yes, the exit button. So we just need to copy this guy. Then when we come over to here, pretty sure I have exploring in mini boss room, going monster. A regular monster. In the floor player's hand. Race Void Guardian puzzle. Hide monster HUD elements. I think in here, I think this is where I need to do all of this. So we just need to say, comment, leaving portal exit room. Add that there. Okay, now, let's do browser glowing. Okay, so essentially this is if 36 is equal to 100. $36 is the same as 100. But the player's in the starting exit room. When you go to leave. So yeah, Steven says, all right, it's 6 a.m. Better head to bed later. Steven, go get some rest. It is way too late to be getting to sleep now, but I hope you have an absolutely fantastic evening. I hope you get some good sleep, and we will see you in a future stream. So thank you. I do appreciate it. Good night at the Steventh. Exactly. Good evening. Kind of weird how good evening is a greeting, but then good night. Never really thought about that before. Yeah, if you were to say good evening to someone, so I tell them good night, they'd be like, what? But good night can be like, that can be like something you would say if you're saying goodbye to someone, just like, good night. But if you're like, all right, good evening. It's like the equivalent of saying hello when you're going to leave. I know this should not be hurting my head as much as it is, but it is. We need more blue. We need more purple. Give us more purple. There we go. All right. So if I come in here. What? Huh. Okay, move the player icon. Did I? Oh, exit event processing. We should not do that. We should not exit event processing. That could do it. I could definitely be doing it. Okay, here we go. It's been wild doing tons of work that's really hard to do for me. I'm sorry that you're having to do a bunch of work that's so hard for you, but hopefully it won't last for too long. I hope. Fingers crossed. Or maybe, hopefully it'll get better? Maybe? Either way, I hope the things will start looking on the up and up for you. Alright, we need more greens. Give me more greens. There we go. Okay, now if I go in here. Okay, that seems fine. I hope I can complete it in a week. Thank you. Of course. I've got my fingers crossed for you. And I believe in you. I believe in you. Got this. Because if I try to leave. It seems like it's stuck. In here? Okay, yeah, that would... Okay, alright. I should probably actually double check all of my stuff, you know? Alright, let's do this. Let's say... Check portal puzzle. So what is actually going on here? So portal puzzle. Turn off portal puzzle. 164. All right, let's do this. Let's say instead. let's do 164. Okay. 36 and 100. Okay, so we're just gonna say if game variables dot value 100 is equal to 36. If the player is in the exit portal room, and if game switches dot value 164 equal to true. I eat your game. No, Bobby, please. No, not the game. Please don't eat the game. The game is mine. You cannot eat it. Okay, so yeah, so long as you are in the exit portal room and that switch is turned on, which means you've actually interacted with it, do all of that stuff, turn on show dialogue. I don't think we need that. Yeah, we don't need that. So don't turn on show dialogue. I guess we can just leave that off, set all that to 0, then turn off portal puzzle. Yeah. Event page 19 is gone. Eaten. No, no, please. Page 19 was the most important one. We need that to survive. Actually, I don't have to go quite yet. Ink, welcome back. I'm glad you don't have to leave yet. Although, aren't you tired? Don't you need sleep? Game cooked so good, people actually hate it. That's how I know. That's how I know that things are good to go. Oh, geez, that's a fun loop-de-loop I gotta do here. Oh, look at that. All the way back here into back rooms. Okay, so let's pick the lock, and we just go, give me the things. There we go. I know we should sleep early, but I know I won't be able to until 6 a.m. What do you mean you can't go to sleep till 6 a.m.? You gotta work on your sleep schedule there, Bobby. Wrecked my sleep schedule. Like I said, you gotta work on your sleep schedule there, Bobby. You gotta get that stuff, gotta get that back in line, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate all of it. But sleep is very important as well. You should definitely be getting some sleep. Okay, so now if I come in here, and I tried to, I don't want to leave on the split, but I gotta leave. Okay, so I can leave from here. That's good. That's good. And I can come back. Everything's fine. Happy days. Let's set on 18. I feel like 18 is a good one to stand on. Let's set on a 19. I feel like 19 is a good one to stand on. If this guy gets a 21, so freaking help. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. What was that? What was that? Really? Really?
Headshot.
It wasn't a 21, but what was that? Oh, this guy does not want me to win. He does not want me to win. All right, I'm standing on a 20. If I can't beat him on a 20, freaking thank goodness. Okay. All right. Whew. That was probably the hardest boss fight I have ever had to do. Now, if I leave, he's fine there. I can come back. I can leave, come back. Everything's all right. Cool. Now, if I interact with stone dials, I should pull all this up, and I can be like, woo, 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 and I can be like, woo, woo, and I can be like, woo. Anyway, and then I should be able to leave. And if I come back... Okay, who wants waffles? Why? Okay. I must be turning off something that I shouldn't be turning off. The question is, what am I turning off that I should not be turning off? Portal puzzle. Check portal puzzle. Picked up. Maybe I shouldn't have closed it. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have closed it. Okay. Check portal puzzle. So maybe the issue was I think I actually got rid of check portal puzzle. Nope, that's still turn off check portal puzzle. Okay, picked up should be fine. So portal puzzle, check portal puzzle. It's not late yet. What do you mean it's not late yet? Wait, what time is it for you? No more music, embrace nature sounds. I gotta have my music. I gotta have my music. I'd go crazy. More so. Okay, maybe it's the self switches. Might be the self switches. It's not even midnight yet. Oh, you're fine then. You're fine. Everything's all right. Wait. Is it 11:21 for you? Don't forget to hydrate, everyone. Oh, I'm hydrating. Hey, we're in the same time zone, Bobby. Whoop. That's good times. That's good times. I probably should not be drinking Dr. Pepper at 11:30 at night. Oh well. Oh well. I think it might actually be the self switches. Maybe. Dr. Pepper mentioned. It's the best. The best. I love it. Nothing quite like sipping on sugar water at 11:30 at night. Dr. Pepper does things to you.
Nathaniel
Yeah, he does.
turned Moon Man into a chicken.
I'm a chicken! Maybe. Where's my chicken? Why am I not becoming a chicken? Why am I not become chicken? It's frozen. Why is PNG Tuber Plus frozen? What happened to PNG Tuber Plus? What? Like that is 100% just locked up. Like what is happening here? Performance, no processes. Where's PNG Tuber Plus? Okay, you. End. Okay. We're back. We're back. I mean, I guess I should say we're back. We're back. Zoom in. Okay. All right. I don't know what happened there. I demand my points back. Don't worry. Don't worry. You'll get them back. You'll get them back. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go to manager. Oh my gosh, 99 plus requests. 14 days ago. I gotta get in here. I gotta approve these things. Hold up. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. All right. I'm going to reject that one. All right. You should have your points back now. And I'm going to complete all, because that is 171 requests. Holy smokes. I gotta get on that more often. Don't worry, you've got your points back. And the chicken should be good to go now. Should be good. Should be better. He was just a little ill, that's all. Mostly just wanted to finish up my stream decor. That's fair. That's fair. Dr. Pepper mentioned Dr. Pepper does things to you.
It really does. You killed him! You killed him. Hey, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is like the perfect combination. That's the perfect combination right there. The good old voice of God with the chicken. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, you killed him. Hello, how you been? I was robbed. I demand my points back. I mean, I've been doing great. I've been doing great. Especially now the chicken's working, I'm doing even better. How you doing? How's life, aside from being robbed temporarily for a very brief amount of time? Lamau! Too late. Too late. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so... I think we just need to turn off. This is 941A. 941A. Oh my gosh. Select that text. There we go. Down here, we need to say 941A to false. Perfect. Okay, that should fix it. We're alive. Everything's fine. Should probably get my mute button working back on my stream deck. If you've ever played the game Democracy 4, I made a sister application that turns it into a multiplayer game. Ooh. I've never played it, but it does look fun. I think I do have it on a wish list. Because I do like, I do enjoy games like that. Bless you. Thank you, Squirrel. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Let's pick the lock and let's just click on a whole bunch of things. Just yep. Go in here and 8. Let's take a hit and we'll stand on an 18. All right. Stand on a 20. All right. Stand on a good freaking heavens. There we go. 21. You can't beat that. You idiot. Danathar. Get out of here. I still need to fix that, though. That is a bug I need to fix. Okay, so if we leave and come back, I can interact with the stone dials. Good to go there. And if I leave and come back, hey, there we go. That's what I like to see. Now, what if I actually interact with them, though? And then if I leave and come back, happy days. Happy days. We played over Discord and run it with real meeting rules and stuff. It was getting hard to manage, so I created the app to help me run it. That is crazy that you were able to do that, though. That is really cool. I like that. You do make pixel art yourself, too, right? Yes. There are, like, a couple things in here that were created by other people, but for the most part, I would say, like, I'd say probably like the best estimate is like 98 to like 99% of the stuff in the game was made by me. There are a few, like, you know, we've got like these amazing sandwich icons that were made by some random dev. They look absolutely fantastic. I did not make this character right here. So any of the characters you see here in this window, I did not create them. I will be creating my own, but as of right now, they are not what I have created. They are a pack that I had purchased a while ago, and now I want to switch off of them. So I will be recreating those. But everything else, though, the UI, the rooms, everything else, the icons, they're all me. So, and then of course with help from other people in either figuring out different ways to lay things out to get like the best optimization of space. I had some help redesigning the D20s. The D20s I did not have a good design for, so I did have to have some help redesigning to make them look better. And yeah. Chicken character from Unboxed Cameo. Yes, that is what I turn into now. It's fantastic stuff. Moon Games, I have a potentially stupid question. There are no such things as stupid questions.
Bobby
What is it? I would love to hear it.
3,453 turned Moonman into a chicken.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one. I'm here. I am here as a chicken. Hello. Bok bok. Bok bok bok. Bok bok bockity bok bok bok. Is what I would say. If I could speak and say anything but bok, which I guess would mean that I could say bok bok bockity bok 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 because I am a chicken. No, I mean in Tomb of Vercilias, are you going to have a character chicken as a cameo? I might add a monster. I feel like having a monster would be kind of fun. Another thing I kind of want to add is I want to add some kind of like, and this is going to come, you know, later in the game when I'm just doing like polishing, finishing up stuff. One of the things I do want to add is more decorations and things like that. It's like, you know, so you see you've got the sconces, or I guess those aren't sconces. Those are standing torches. You got like the cracked bricks. You got the moss growing on the bricks. You know, all of the vines. So these are all a part of like my decoration system, which basically are just images being layered on top of other images, and I can add whatever I want, as many as I want. And so basically what I want to do is I want to have some places where it will have like different statues and things like that, maybe like in the wall or like off in the corners. And I would absolutely love to put some callbacks to some of my other games. So I would love to put somewhere like a cup of lemonade somewhere. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And of course, like putting like a little statue of like a chicken or something would be kind of fun too. Chimera chicken, that would be kind of fun. I wouldn't mind doing that. If I made a game in RPG Maker and it did super well, are royalties a thing? Like, do you have to pay royalties? Royalties using the engine? No. You can once you buy the engine, it is yours. There are terms of use that you do have to adhere to, which basically the biggest one that I remember that sticks out to me is you cannot purchase RPG Maker and then use the assets in a different engine. You can use them in other RPG Maker engines, but you cannot use them in non-RPG Maker engine. So if you were to say purchase, because like there's a lot of RPG Maker, right? So if I pull this up here and I'm gonna go to RPG Maker, so yeah, so there are quite a few. So we've got RPG Maker, MV, MZ, XP, VX Ace. There's also one called VX, 2003, 2000. Oh yeah, there's VX. But if you have VX Ace, there's no point in using VX. So I would almost say it's kind of the same thing. So VX to VX Ace is almost kind of the same thing as MV to MZ, except for the difference is it's actually quite a bit bigger. So highly recommend if you are wanting to get an RPG Maker and you're torn between MV and MZ, I would highly recommend getting MZ over MV, because there's some like under the hood changes. Like I know that on the surface, looking between RPG Maker MV and MZ, not a whole lot of a difference. So like you probably, if you were just looking at the two of them, you'd be like, they're the same picture essentially, right? But under the hood, there are so many changes that happen between MV and MZ. MZ is now a 64-bit program versus MV being a 32-bit program. So MV is limited to 2 gigabytes of RAM. That is the most it can use. It doesn't matter how much RAM someone has in their computer. And so there's a lot of limitations in terms of different animations. You can only have up to 100 images ever being displayed. And also if you're showing 100 images and they're all animated, it can really slow things down because it cannot use enough RAM to be able to have things run smoothly. Versus MZ, it is a 64-bit program. And so there is a limit, but like essentially for like what most people have in their computer, it's essentially limitless on how much RAM, like how much it can actually use to be able to run the game, which helps in so many ways, shapes, and forms. It also helps that it is a newer engine, and so you do have more active support. It is still getting up there in age. MZ, I think, came out in 2020, I think, or 2019. I think it was actually may have been like 2021. I want to say MZ is like 5 years old now versus MV is 11 years old now. So it is older. So there's not as active as a community because most people have moved to MZ. But the great thing about RPG Maker is it doesn't matter which engine you use, you can find an active community. You could go back to RPG Maker XP, which came out in, when did XP come out? 2005. I don't know if that's necessarily when it came out on Steam or when it came out in general. Actually, I want to know. RPG Maker XP release date. September's, what the? The US release was on September 16th, 2005. So it is this exact date. I don't know why I didn't realize the September 16th. You want to know what's crazy? That's my birthday. It came out on my birthday. No wonder I love XP so much. XP came out on my birthday. That actually makes me kind of happy. I did not realize that. Anyway, so even though, XP came out 16 years ago, 16 years ago? That'd be 16 years ago? Yeah. 20 years ago. 21 years ago. Even though it came out, why am I 2005, 2015, 2025, 21 years ago. Oh my gosh. 21 years ago. But even though it came out 21 years ago, you can still find people on active forums talking about the engine, talking about, giving help. Like XP ran on Ruby, and so you can actually go in and you can kind of change some stuff with a little bit of programming knowledge. But yeah, so it doesn't really matter how far back you go, you can find an active community for RPG Maker. You go all the way back to RPG Maker 2000. I wonder if this has also the accurate release date. Nope, that is not correct. It did not come out in 2015. Definitely on Steam in 2015. Yeah, so you can go all the way back to like some of the first ones, and you will be able to find communities. So I'm not going to say that you have to buy one engine over the other to be able to like get support and stuff like that, because you can always find someone out there is going to be using one of these versions of RPG. But I will say, if you go with the more modern ones, like with MZ, you will have more asset packs being released. You're going to have more people actively writing plugins and things like that for MZ specifically. So, anyway, so those are the reasons why I would recommend MZ. I'm also going to recommend do not buy it at full price. Do not buy it when it is full price. Let's come over here and you're going to see my negative review on here. But you will see It is a pricey game. Oh, actually, no. I think I changed it to a thumbs up. Never mind, I changed it to a thumbs up. Good job. Anyway, yeah, so it is pricey. $80. Very expensive. But you know what happens a lot of the times? It goes on sale. It goes on sale for very cheap, quite often. I think I bought it on sale for like $40, but you can find it on like bigger holiday sales for like 15, maybe 20. So I would highly recommend waiting for that if that's what you want to do. Why negative? So funny enough, it's actually not MZ. It was MV that I did a negative review on. I was very, very disappointed. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to show you why. Let me get this pulled up here. We're going to go to D drive, Steam library, Steam apps, common, RPG Maker, MV. All right. So this is the base install of RPG Maker MV right here. And if we go to new data, wherever that is, new data. Not the MV slander, that's my baby. It's my baby too. I've been using this thing for so long. Like I think this is the only engine that I have an accurate numbers read on. I have used MV for 3,700 hours. That's a lot of hours. Holy smokes. A lot of hours. I've played an additional 2,300 hours since my review. Good times. Anyway, so here's the reason why I got upset and I gave it a negative review. Is because if you come in here and you look at the faces, right? So you got, if you come over here to actor, right? So you've got these actors here. You've got 8 actors. And then you come onto page 2, you've got 8 more actors. You come over here and you got 8 more actors. Which is great. Fantastic. You got all the faces. If you come over here to, is it the, where is it? Where am I trying? Pictures. Where's pictures? Wait, does the new data not have pictures? What if it's considered like a DLC, maybe? Maybe. Documents. Just give me 2 seconds. Games. We'll just go to Project 1. Images. Pictures. There we go. And of course, I got rid of the pictures from... Okay, let's go back over to Project 2. Maybe I didn't delete the pictures from here. Pictures. Nope. All right. Does MV not have the busts? Maybe that's why they're missing. Anyway, then if you come over here to, like, say, for example, characters. Like, I'm not going crazy, right? Like, there's not... There's parallaxes, no pictures. Anyway, if you come over here to characters, you've got all the sprite sheets. And if you come over here to actor... Why am I sort... I mean, I do want to sort by date modified. Like, come over here, where you sort by actors. There we go. You have the same thing. You got your initial 8 actors, and then there's 8 more actors, and 8 more actors. But if you come over here to enemies, and we sort by name, you've got actor 1, 3. So they're already skipping over 1, 1, and 1, 2. So you got 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7. But then there's no 1, 8. And then you got 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6. No 2, 7, no 2, 8. 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 5. So 3, 3, and 3, 4 are missing. 3, 5, 3, 6. And then no 3, 7, 3, 8. And I'm like, why would they just skip over some of these guys? Like, I don't understand why they are missing from the enemies list. And I remember that I gave the negative review because I was so upset. Because this was back in the day. Again, like this was 2,300 in-engine hours ago, so a very long time ago. I was like, I was trying to make an RPG. And I was actually using RPG Maker for the way that I was supposed to use RPG Maker. I was making an RPG, but I wanted to, for anyone who's ever played Chrono Cross, you will know how many people are in that game. Like, so many people. I think there's like 50 or like 55 playable characters in that game that you can have join your party. So many people. I wanted to do basically the exact same thing. So I was going to utilize every single one of these actors. So I was going to use all these guys, and all these guys. And I was going to make them all playable characters that could join your party. But I also wanted to make them, I wanted to make it so that if you played differently, depending on the character, some would join you, some would not. And if you played very differently, they would not just not join your party, but they would also actively be an enemy for you. But when I went in to make some of them enemies, I realized that it was just missing. It was just missing, like, not quite half, like a quarter of the actor enemy graphics. And I was like, where are, like, what is it? And I searched for probably a good few hours where I'm like, is this locked behind some kind of DLC? Were they in old versions? Like, is my version incomplete? Like, what is going on here? And like literally everything I saw was everyone's just like, oh yeah, they just don't have them. Like, you just don't have those enemies. Like those actors just, they never made enemy portraits. And I'm like, why? Like, why would you skip over them so arbitrarily? And I could never find a good answer. And so I was very, very upset. And so I gave it a negative review because I'm like, screw you guys for not including all of my enemy actors that I would need to be able to make my game. Yeah. Anyway, that's why I gave it a negative review. Toby Fox got his start in RPG Maker. Wait, really? That's actually kind of cool. I like that. Why negative? I know exactly why already. Let's see if your assumption was correct, Bobby. Not the MV slander, that's my baby. Sign up for the Humble Bundle. Software notices RPG Maker has bundle deals on there a couple times per year. True. I actually, a lot of the assets that I own are from the Humble Bundle deals. You can get some crazy amounts of extra assets if you get them from Humble Bundle. And it's usually like $20, maybe $30 to get like the full thing. And you will usually get dozens upon dozens of music packs, tile sets, characters, animations, and a lot of times too, it will also include the actual engines themselves. Like, I want to say the last pack that I bought, I think it was like 25 bucks. I got probably about $900 worth of asset packs. And I also got another copy of RPG Maker MV, RPG Maker XP, 2000, 2003. So I'm sitting on a couple extra copies of RPG Maker. I should probably actually give those away. I should probably do that actually. It didn't come with MZ though. I was very upset about that. They didn't like those characters as much. I don't know why. It's so sad. Imagine wanting to imitate Chrono Cross and not Chrono Trigger. Well, okay, that's fair. But Chrono Trigger doesn't have as many characters. So I'm not saying that I was wanting to imitate Chrono Cross because I think it's better. If I was going to imitate anything, it would be Chrono Trigger. Let's be clear there. But the only thing that I could think of to get across my point was the party size.
What the? Quack the Ripper.
That is a beautiful name. Quack the Ripper. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, so it was more of just like put it into like the speculation. Putting it into, what the freak is the word? My brain is starting to shut down. Putting it into the frame of reference of being like, I wanted it to be a massive party with a whole bunch of characters that could, would, wouldn't, or outright refuse to join your party. So, yeah. But I will say, Chrono Trigger definitely better than Chrono Cross. Sounds cool. I appreciate that, Dozer. Maybe one of these days I will actually make that game, and I'll just use different characters, because apparently they don't like to make full stuff for their engines that I paid so much money for years ago. Moon, no Herald portrait, 0 out of 10. I would if that was the case. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why. Like, across everything, like you've got the faces, you've got the characters, even like you even have because here's the other thing, it's also missing the note, so it's even including all of the side view characters as well. Like, you have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 oh, actually no, some of them are missing. The confusion and frustration continues. They don't even have all of the side view actors. They're missing 3 1 3 2 3 3 and 3 4, and then it just jumps into 3 5 3 6 3 7 3 8. What? I mean, at least with the side view actors, these would be a little bit easier to create yourself, right? They have the whole like side battler, generator that you could use. You could recreate them yourself if you really wanted to. They might not be exact, but they'd be close enough. But with the full enemies, it's like, where are they? Where are they? I demand my enemies. Give them to me. Give me. Honestly, Valid, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you have come to my side, some random. Now, I would appreciate it if you went out and also gave a negative review. Let's get this thing going so we can actually get all of the character portraits that we deserve in RPG Maker MV. Yeah. Yes, really, there are some forum posts that are specifically made to collect missing RTP resources. But that's the thing, is like, they're not missing, though. I mean, they are, but it's not like they were there and then now they're gone. They're just, I don't know. I did find in my searches, I did find other people who had created their own, and they were fine, but they're different enough to where it's like it would feel out of place, right? It's like I want the same artist who created all the other side view battlers to also create everything else. So I don't know. Shout out Quack. What a username. New sprite pack. I'm sure that's what it seems like, isn't it? No. That's just the default RPG Maker sprite packs. Quack the Ripper says, thanks, man. I hope your day is going well. It is going absolutely fantastic. I appreciate it. I hope yours is going well as well. I like how I'm starting to really stumble over my words now that we're nearing midnight. We are nearing midnight, so good times there. They went to lunch early that day. That would make more sense. I like how I even stumbled over trying to say they went to lunch early. They went to lunch early that day. That does make sense. That story checks out. If they went to lunch early, I guess I can forgive them. Depending on what they actually got. If they got something good, I can forgive them. The alternate world RTP characters are better anyway. They have everything in DLC RTP. Well, I might have to go with that then. Maybe that will be the solution to eventually having all of my side view battlers, and yeah, it'll be good times. Okay, did we fix all the bugs? When interacting with the glyphs, if you leave the room and come back, the options aren't interactable. You just need to turn off the glyph interactions. I think that is fully fixed. Let's go take a look and just make sure. Where is this exit? Wait, where actually would it be? Oh, it's over here. I was like, wait, this makes no sense. Here it is. Okay, pick the lock. There we go. Oh, bam. And we just click really fast. Yeah, this is where I feel like we probably will need to get moves so that you can't just go in there and just click randomly. Kind of defeats the whole challenge purpose, you know? All right, 13, let's take a hit. Let's stand on a 19. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like that Danathar. I also still need to correct that so it doesn't actually highlight until it finishes fading in. I also need to fix all the animations there. It's serviceable for now, though. I've decided to get MZ the next time it goes on sale. That is an absolutely fantastic way to go. Yeah, MZ, I really wish two things. Either one, I wish that I was not so far along in this project so I could just use MZ. Or two, I just wish that I'd started on MZ. One or the other. To be fair, though, I didn't own MZ when I started this project. I didn't know all the differences to MZ when I first started this project. I just thought it was basically another reskin. Kind of how, like, VX to VX Ace was, for anybody who understands that. I was like, there were, like, little improvements, like, little quality of life updates, but I was just kind of like, not really worth it. And so especially to pay full price again, I'm like, no, this is not worth it. I'm just going to stick with MV. Yeah. Do the MZ dance. That's the MZ dance right there. Can't live your life based on what is. I mean, that's true. That's a good point. Really great point. All right, so if we interact, then it comes in here. Happy day. Awesome. Awesome. And, yeah, you just be able to leave. It's all good to go there. There we go. That's a good dance for the MZ dance. Way better than my dance. My dance was not good. Let's see. Where would be a better dance? Here we go. This is a better dance. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing with the dance. Okay. Okay. I eat your dance. No, please, not the dance. Don't eat the dance. The dance is my friend. It helps me do things. Like focus. That's not dance. That's just vehicular trauma. Great way to point that, actually. That's a really great way to put that. Okay. Other bug finished. There we go. Okay, this is actually feeling like it's actually feeling like it's a thing, you know? Yeah, it actually feels like a thing. Obviously, there are other things I need to do visually to help fix things, but all of those are like later, right? For now, all of this, so as long as I can get it to work. That's like the biggest thing that I need to do is getting it to actually work. And then once it's working, then I'll figure out all like I want to redo the door. The door's fine, but like I want to redo the door, make it a little bit more imposing, a little more, maybe give some kind of nod to like the actual lock minigame here. Yeah. We'll get it figured out. Anywho, okay, so what is next? Is JavaScript hard to learn? Yes. From my experience. It took many attempts for me. I know it's not going to be this way for everybody. I know some people might pick it up. Some people will definitely pick it up faster than other people. I would probably say, again, it's one of those things that if it's something you are wanting to learn, the drive alone will help you in actually learning, right? Because here's the thing. When I initially wanted to start trying to learn JavaScript, I didn't have anything to drive me to want to learn how to, like, aside from just being like, I should know JavaScript. And then I would start trying to learn JavaScript and I'm like, And so like having the right context for this is what I want to learn because of XYZ, that will definitely help you in actually being like, okay, I'm going to learn JavaScript because of these things. Like I initially started trying to learn JavaScript when I was in college. I was in college and I wanted to be a web designer, not a developer, a web designer, because I thought that being a web designer, I would just use HTML and CSS. And HTML and CSS were super simple for me. I picked them up super fast and I was just like, these things work great. And I was very happy and life was good. And then I got into my second year of college and it was like, all right, you need to take like 3 JavaScript classes. And I'm like, what? Why do I need to know JavaScript? I just need to show things on the screen. And they were like, well, yeah, you use the JavaScript to show things on the screen, you know, to like filter things out and change how things are shown. And I'm like, oh, I thought I would just do that with like CSS. And then, like, no, you need to know JavaScript. And I'm like, ah, crap. So yeah, so that was not a good catalyst for me because I'm like, well, if I have to do it, all right. It's the same thing with anything, honestly. It's like how many people out there just absolutely hated in grade school, like growing up, going to school, going to history class, because you were just like, whatever, like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to know it. But you had to learn it so you could take the test, so you could graduate school, right? But then how many of those people who were like that later in life, I mean, I know this is for me, but how many of you later in life, you heard about some topic that actually interested you and you were like, oh, hey, I want to know about this thing. What happened here? And you go and you start looking up YouTube videos about it, or you start reading some article. For me, it's usually I just watch videos about it, or you listen to some podcast about other people talking about it. But like, it's your own drive and your own want to learn that thing. And so even though it sucks sitting in history class, I mean, if you're a history buff, I apologize, but it sucks sitting in history class if you don't want to learn about history, because you're like, it does me no good. Like, I don't care about any of this stuff. Give me the high level and then just call it good. But if later in life, if you're like, oh, this event sounds interesting, I'm going to go learn about it. There's that drive that like pushes you to want to learn more, and it's easier to keep going. Same thing for JavaScript. If you are just like, oh, I'm going to learn JavaScript so I can go get a job doing X, Y, or Z thing, or I'm going to learn JavaScript so I can do this crazy thing at the end of the road, it is going to be very difficult to want to continue to learn when you hit roadblocks, because that goal that you want so badly is so far out of reach that it's just kind of like you hit that roadblock and you're like, what's the point? Like, why keep going? But if you have like some smaller drive that is keeping you going, to the point where you're able to be like, okay, I want to do this little thing here. I'm going to learn some JavaScript to learn how to do this thing. And then you get to that thing and you're like, oh, hey, I learned it. Look at this thing. I actually made the code work. That is going to help leaps and bounds. So JavaScript, while it can be difficult, everything in life is hard. Like, anything that is not hard is probably not worth doing, right? And so just because something is hard does not mean you shouldn't do it. It means you need a good reason to do it. So make sure you've got a good reason to do it, and then that's going to help drive you. It's going to be that catalyst that pushes you forward and makes you want to keep going and learning and creating. So yeah, have a couple smaller projects, want to do it, and then learning. It will become not exactly easy, but it will become easier. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Real, I have that right now with my system analysis uni class. Yeah, see? And it's one of those things that it's like, when you're told you have to do the thing, it's kind of like, eh. But if you can find something that you are particularly interested in, then it's going to get to the point where you're like, oh, I want to do this thing. I want to learn this thing. I want to progress this skill, and it just helps so much. So, yeah. That is where it's like, you definitely need that drive. Also, really weird story on the word catalyst. I thought that I invented the word catalyst. I mean, this was probably like 10 years ago or something like that. But I was making a game in RPG Maker, obviously. I was making a game, and I don't think I had ever heard. I mean, I probably had, but at that time, I never remembered hearing the word catalyst. I had never heard it. I didn't think it existed, right? I had never put two and two together that catalyst was a word. And I was trying to think of a name for an airship that I was making in the game. And I landed on a word that I invented called catalyst. And I was like, that sounds so cool. It's the catalyst. Spoiler alert, I did not invent the word catalyst. Catalyst is a word that has existed for at least more than 7 years. So, yeah. But it was a kind of cool happenstance with what the definition of catalyst is, especially for the name of an airship. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool that I just happened upon a word that I thought I invented that, like, is basically the force that, like, makes something move. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool for, like, an airship. All right, I'll take it. So even though I was sad that I was like, oh, I didn't actually invent a word, still kind of cool that kind of lined up like that. Anyway, I feel like I've gone on so many tangents and so many stories tonight. I am so sorry. So sorry. Bro. I know. Hey. I was gonna say I was a young kid. It had to have been more than 10 years ago. It's got to have been more than 10 years ago. That was probably like 15 years ago? Maybe more? So I must have been, I was probably in like my late teens. I was like probably 17, 18, somewhere around there. Yeah, about like 15-ish years ago. Yeah. Which, in my defense, I was homeschooled. So maybe other people heard the word catalyst when they were growing up, but I didn't. When I was a kid, I thought mithril was a real metal, bro. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. They put these ideas in our heads, and we just kind of go, whoa, that's crazy. And you never know. You never know. Yeah, been there, done that. Okay, well, not exactly making progress where I intended for us to make progress, which was this right here, but all right. We're getting there. Oh, actually, I did make some progress on a thing. A small thing that I made progress on. If I come over here and then I copy that. I should probably. Yep. And let's come over here to fonts. Go throw this in there called Tav Rune. Then, if we come back over here, should be able to find the exit, wherever that is. Not along here. That's probably over here in the corner. It's so nice to be able to move faster. I know it literally is only increasing it by like 1/10 of a second, but it just feels so much snappier. I just click randomly until we get things and we do things, yada, yada, yada. Yep. Let's take this guy out. Oh, 20. He's not surviving this 20. Told you. Okay. Click on that. Oh, let's see here. We need... Wow, that is a lot of HUD elements that are already showing on the screen. I did not realize. According to Google, the word catalyst has been around for about 120 years. Yeah, see? So at least more than 7. It has been around for at least more than 7 years. I wasn't wrong. I just wasn't accurate. Okay, let's do text. Let's create a new, we want a new multi-line text. There we go, there's the text. Lamau, technically correct. Sorry, that was a callback. I recently saw a meme. It was like a screenshot of some old Tumblr post from years ago. But it was some guy, he had posted on Tumblr. He's like, crazy to think that Julius Caesar has been dead for more than, it was something like he's been dead for more than like 75 years. And someone responded, and they're just like, you're not wrong, but I hate how you worded that. Because it's like, technically, Julius Caesar has been dead for more than 75 years. But it still is not a great way to word it. The best kind of correct. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Okay, so max width, let's set you to be like 250? That is way too big. 200. That should be more than enough, yeah? Yeah, that should be more than enough. Something like that. Okay. Let's set the... Oh my goodness!
Welcome Yato and your 4 amazing audience members.
Yato, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to see you here. Yato, Reboot Tech, welcome. Glad to see you here. How'd your stream go? How'd everything go for you? Hopefully things went well. Really quickly, I'll just let you know, if you need to raid and run, no worries at all. I do appreciate the raid, but I also know that after a long stream, you got things to do. You got food to eat, sleep to get, water to drink. And so if you got to do any of that, if you got to do some personal care, no worries at all. But I do appreciate the raid. And yeah, hopefully you had an absolutely fantastic stream. Anything you want to share, would absolutely love to hear what you were up to on the stream. Stream is good. Finished last thing I worked on last week and added a new type of roof to render. Nice. Love it. Love to hear it. And yeah, I hope that hopefully it'll keep going great for you. But that is awesome that you were able to get that finished from last week. Very nice. Bobby says, I haven't eaten yet. Go get some food, Bobby. Go eat. You need food. It's now past midnight, Bobby. You need to eat. And Reboot Tech, how you doing? How was life for you? I feel like it has been a very brief minute, and we've missed you. Hopefully things are going well for you. Okay, we are going to center the text. The font size is going to be 32, I think. Something like that. Okay, let's do a max height of 100. Oh, that's gonna be too big. 80? 70? Let's actually, well, let's do like 60 and have you further up to the top. I don't want the text to accidentally like go over this little gem thing here. Well, now I miss you guys anytime Moon isn't straight. Miss you too, Ink. Same. It's just fun to be here and hang out and have a good time with everybody. Okay, so I should be able to change the game font though to fonts, and we do think. Let's do this. We're just gonna say test text refresh. Let's also do /n test text. Here we go. Look at that, 2 lines. We do need to though, let's see, offset. I set that to 2. Okay, apparently 4 is the minimum. Line height, let's go for 20. That's way too close together. 25. That also feels too large, but I know that's not. No, that's not. Okay, so 20. 18? 16? Oh, it's starting to cover up. Oh, it's because it has an outline. That's why. It's like, why is there still... Okay, 21 is going to have... Okay. We want 24. So if that's the case... That should be fine. We'll figure it out. Maybe we do want to go with slightly more than that. So let's go with 28. And we'll say... We'll move you up just a hair. That should be alright. That should be fine. Okay. Now, that's what we currently look like. If we come over here and we get the Tomb of Vercilias rune, that is not what we do. Tomb of Vercilias rune. Copy that. I think if I just paste that in here for font. Alright. Maybe if I do this. Hey, some random dev. How do I change the font? I thought I could customize it. Let me, Hi, hello. For the font, can I not just do... Because, like, it's called TOV-rune. Would I not just do for font TOV-rune? Wait! Do I need to update this? Gamefont.css? I need to add it in here. Game font is the TOV font 2. I need to add it to the game. Yes, CSS. Okay. How do I add a backup font? Can I just do like comma separated? I forgot how. Need to check. Yeah, I need to check too. Let's see who checks faster. Add mole. Wait, whoa. Come on. But I think comma separated. That's what I'm kind of thinking. So we got that. Oh. Wait, really? No way that's right, but I mean, that's the top voted one. It's saying to do... What if we do, like, a rune font? This would be TOV-rune. I don't know if that's actually going to be accurate. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Oh wait, rune font. That's what I need to set it to. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, all right. We got it eventually. There we go. Okay. Genius. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I would not go that far. Okay, so 5 to 20. Hey, that looks more accurate. Look at that. Obtained. Smorty. I'm gonna go Smorty right here. Smorty page. Okay, there we go. So, now with that, we should be able to, let's go find the thing. That is a crazy looking tomb right here. Let's go find the thing. That is not the thing. Where is the thing? Might be directly below me. There's the thing. Sometimes these layouts just make me very happy when I see them. All right, pick the lock. Let's just go. Good enough. And then we come in here, and then, oh yeah, we gotta fight this guy. Take a hit. Take a hit. Oh, there we go, 20. I knew it was getting risky, but I'm glad that we did it. I'm glad we did it. Okay, so now if we came in here and we then interact with the glyphs, look at that. It would then show up at this as this glyphy text. I can come in here and I can be like, oh, we're gonna have you actually say, hello SRD. Let me refresh. That is what hello SRD is in my font, in my rune font. Yeah, good times. Good times. Hello SRD in my rune font. Yeah. So, the hope is, if you really wanted to, you could technically learn the language. Someone could actually learn the language. Exactly. Exactly. You could technically learn the language if you wanted to. I may eventually redo the font so it's slightly better. It was made in a slight hurry, but it could be kind of fun to, in some way, shape, or form, make it so you actually learn the language. Maybe. Anyway, gonna be honest with you, dude, I didn't realize, one, there was more than one version of RPG Maker, and two, they were still making them until I met you. Well, I'm glad that I could introduce you to such greatness that is RPG Maker. Yeah, there are many versions, and the ones that I've used are only the ones on PC, because there are other ones that are also on consoles too, and I have never used them, nor do I think I would ever want to. They look not great. I know some people have used them and they do like them, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, great. There are some absolutely fantastic RPG makers out there. I have personally only ever used the ones on PC, so we should all be using RPG Maker 3 for PS2. Please don't make me. Yeah, so one could actually learn the language. Yes, 100%. What is that? It is an absolutely fantastic thing. RPG Maker on console. Yeah, it's not good. I would not recommend it. There's actually, you can get RPG Maker, I can't remember if it was XP or MV, essentially. You can get it on the Nintendo Switch. I don't recommend it. RPG Maker on iPhone and PS Vita. The masterpiece, RPG Maker 3D. Nope. I just cringed. Oh. Yeah. They're great. They're great things. Great things. Absolutely fantastic stuff. RPG Maker MZ on the NES. MV Trinity with MV with. Oh, that's right. That's right. With. Yeah, so. Oh, it was with. Yeah, the with is MZ. Okay. I would hope that if they released it, it would have been at least MZ. So I figured that was the case, but I also couldn't remember how long ago with came out. So for some reason, I was thinking it was like just in the last few years, but then I was also like, the last few years have also flown, well, the last like 7 years have flown by, so I was like, maybe it was even back in like 2018 or something. Both terrible. Noted. Actually, hold up. I can find them. There we go. Noted. RPG Maker 64. Yeah. You know what's sad is that it wouldn't actually surprise me if there was an RPG Maker 64. Surprise me in the least. You inspired me to revisit my game idea, but an RPG Maker. I've said it once and I'll say it again. My #1 goal with making a game and streaming the whole process and all that stuff, obviously, #1 is to make a game that people will enjoy, but #2, very close #2, is inspiring other people to also get out there, be creative, to just make things and just want to create and add to the world. So if I can do that and inspire people to want to create games and want to be creative, I'll consider this all a success. Even if I finish this game and it releases and 2 people buy it and one of those people returns it and the other person that didn't returns it gives it a negative review, just knowing that other people have been inspired to go out and make their own games, I will feel accomplished. People making things makes the world a better place. It really does. It really does. And whatever you're thinking about making, go make it, because the world will be a better place for it. So, Don't worry, I'll probably buy. Maybe you're on the fence. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? It could happen. I'll definitely buy. I appreciate that, Ink. Thank you for being firm in your answer. Unlike some dev. No promise in case you make it $1,000. I mean, I guess that's true. I guess it's true. I could make it like $120, $500. Could make it super expensive. And then everyone who has said they're going to buy it, I'll just be like, look, you said you were going to buy it. And if you don't, I will take you to court. I'm sure it would hold up, right? A Twitch chat from years ago, I'd buy for 125 easy. Lamau Summer Dev is a better person than me. I will still buy it eventually. See, there we go. Eventually. That's all I can ask for. That's all I can ask for. Okay. All right. What if we do /n and then we do test text. So alignment is center. X. Okay. I think that's fine. So if I close that, we might want to move it down just a hair. That should get us into a good spot. Yeah, that should be all right. Actually, I should full screen that again so you can see slightly better what's going on here. Okay, so obviously it's not going to be just like set text, right? We do need to do... We are going to have to make it work a little bit different. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to best do this. I think probably what's going to work best is these three are going to be... There are a couple things we could do. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. I'm kind of thinking, well, no, I've tried this already with other things. So, oh man, yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing here. Whoa. Why is that showing a different font? I mean, that shouldn't show there anyway. Why would it show a different font here? Hello, Sird. Test tech. So why would it show this font here? And then when it switches over here, then it's fine. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Buy for 125 easy. If it were $2,000, eventually. Oh, okay, all right. So if it was $2,000, you'd eventually buy it. I want to play the demo once it comes out. Oh, don't worry, Ink. You will definitely be able to play the demo. If it were free, eventually. But if it were $5, immediately. Well, honestly, that's probably pretty close to what it will probably be. It's going to be somewhere in that like $5 to $10-ish range, most likely. The demo will be free, and then the paid version of the full game once that's released. So demo will be completely free to be played, and then somewhere in like the $5 to $10 range, most likely. Showed the game to my bestie, and she said it was an interesting idea. Ooh, nice. Wait. So you show the game that you're working on, or this game? No, learn from Peak. Never charge $5 because $7.99 is basically $5. That's true, and that's probably where it would be closer to it. It'd probably be between $5.99 and $9.99. Yeah, probably something like $7.99, something like that. It's all marketing right there. I've been waiting for almost a year at this point. I know. I'm sorry, Dazu. We're gonna get there. It's gonna happen. Not even demo. I know. So slow at this. Dream Advisor says, was gonna have a sober night because I simply wasn't craving any, so may as well let my liver rest. But now the damn voices are back and I'm craving something to take the edge off. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But don't do it. Dream Advisor, don't do it. You can make it. You can make it and it's gonna be all right. I promise. Drip. Rain Gremlin's bothering you. Maybe a HUD maker bug. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. That is a little strange. But again, it's not going to matter too much because literally all I need to do is I just need to say when you go to interact with it, where is the interaction? You enter the room. Stone tiles are glowing. Odd stone frame. Okay. Shows that. Don't know. I mean, it's got to be in here, right? Because basically everything is in here. Go through the portal. Start portal puzzle. Tune to obelisks. Okay. Turn on portal puzzle. Okay. The 164. You just want to say, if we come in here, we'll then say you're only going to show if game switches dot value. What the?
Bobby 3453 wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
Well, I guess I got to do some bicep curls. Come in here, so it still shouldn't show in here. And then once we get to the actual exit, which I think looks like it's probably over here. Yeah, there we go. Pick the lock. We go. Take it. There we go. And then we go up, and then it should. Oh, yeah. We got to fight this guy first. Ooh, yes. Let's split. Okay. I'm going to take a hit here. Take a hit here. Take a hit here. Ooh, 23. Should I take a hit on the 14? Yes. Take it. Oh, well. That's a good thing I've got the spiked pauldron. Or the spiked... Yeah, the spiked pauldrons. Okay, then we interact with the glyphs, and then it should... I mean, it is a little slow about it, but... There we go. So it should only show when you're in here. And then if I leave... It doesn't actually turn that off. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay, so portal puzzle, it turns on, waits for 30 frames, and then it turns on... What does it turn on? Eventually turns on... Switch A. Okay. Self switches are great until you have to start using them as conditions for other things. And then it's not so great. Let's say... Let's see, exit. I... $6.90. $6.70. So here we go. I'll list it for $6.90, and then I will have a 1% off sale, and it'll put it down to $6.70. There we go. Maybe HUD maker bug. Got it. So eventually, exactly. Eventually, no yours. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ink. I do appreciate that. Hopefully, it'll be interesting enough to make her want to play it. One day. One day. Been playing a lot of Balatro recently. I'm not good at it and mainly rely on RNG, but it's been fun. Something to do in the background, sort of thing. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. And yeah, Balatro is one that I need to actually give it a shot. One of these days. One of these days. Are you having fun at least? True. All right. Bicep curls from Bobby. I guess we're going to get up. We're going to do some bicep curls, and then I'm going to see if I can get this figured out. And if I can't, then we'll just get it figured out on the next one. So, all right. Here we go. Let's crank the jams. Let's do some bicep curls, shall we? I think we shall. Here we go. All right, everybody, you know the drill. Head on the clock. Count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that gets the blood pumping. I appreciate that, Bobby. Thank you. Ooh. I still need to get like a little button that just like turns the volume up and down. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so fun. I should look up some strategy tips though. Nah, you'll get it as you go. But I only have $3.50. I'm a brokey, sorry. Maybe I'll find a way to gift it to you. I'll gift it to you, Footlong Icicle. Keep a larger a shot eventually. Eventually, one of these days. I had an hourly timer for a set of 10 reps of bicep curls, and I'd aim to do 10 sets daily, but I fell off of that when my tendons started aching instead of my muscle. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, if your tendons are aching, you're maybe doing it just a little bit too much. But I think finding a good middle ground might be good. 1:25 a.m. Oh my god. It's 12:25 for me. 12:25 a.m. Huh. So I need 11:26 p.m. here. Not bad. Good old West Coast over there. So I guess I could technically go off of this self switch. I think so. Pretty sure. Let me double check. I'm gonna do, oh geez. Okay, let's just do this really quick. We're just gonna say game self switches. Okay, come over here. Actually, no, let's go find the exit. It's here. Pick the lock. You. I need more purples. Oh my god. Just. There we go. Oof. Take a hit. Dang it. Shouldn't have taken a hit. Oh well, I've got a spiked pauldron though. It's coming in clutch. Because if we interact with the glyphs, it's going to show up first, but we should be able to come in here. Oh, and we should be able to change if we hide everything else. Come over here. We want to change the condition to be game self switches dot value at 9. What event is this? This is event 41. 9:41. If A is true. Sweet. If I leave, was it not actually turning off that self switch? It'd be awkward. You've been streaming for almost 4 hours. That's true. That is true. Well, I feel like because I had to end early on the Sunday stream, I don't know. I know I don't need to stream for longer, but I'm kind of like, I can go for a little bit longer. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. If you say so. Don't worry, I am getting close to ending here pretty soon. I just want to make sure I get this particular thing working, and then I'll probably work on it a little bit off stream later. Okay, so that is showing. Oh. Why would we wait for 30 frames? Don't get it. I just hope your headache is gone. It is gone. It is gone from Sunday. Yes. The it definitely went away. It was like, it was still kind of there on Monday morning, but it went away by like mid-afternoon or so. So it didn't last for too long. Is we can get rid of that. Now, why is it that when I leave, it's not leaving the exit portal room? 9:41A, set it to fall. Oh, wait. No. That is correct. That is working correctly. It's the portal puzzle that wasn't turning off. That's what it was. But it seems like it's working just fine, so I don't think there's an issue there. just don't know why the original thing didn't. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, so if we come over here, we should be able to pick the lock. Let's do this little thing here. Dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-doo. At the end of the day, I just want the general sense of dread and anxiety of feeling the presence of voices to go away. Chamomile isn't quite as powerful as alcohol in that regard, but it should cut it to the should cut it for the night, given I'll hopefully be asleep within an hour and a half. I hope so. I hope so that that some tea will help kind of calm stuff a little bit. And yeah, I hope. I've got my fingers crossed for you. I've got my fingers crossed for you, Drip. I hope that everything will be all right. Warm tea fixes everything. It is very good stuff. My wife absolutely loves a good warm cup of tea. I usually tend for like coffee and stuff like that, but tea is good too. All right, so if we interact with the glyphs, it should pop up. There we go. And if I leave, why? I like iced coffee. I've actually never had an iced coffee, but I do like very sweet coffee. So I cannot do like just straight black coffee. Match group, too small, one. Oh, okay, that's just it. Okay. I just want to see. So A is still on. 941A. Why is 941A still on? 941A. It's like turning it back on? Yeah, I think Chamomile actually has some degree of a physical mechanism beyond just being soothing. I can see that. Tea I like all kinds of. Mint balm on my wrists, my neck, and under my nose seems to help too. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, honestly, like whatever you can find to help, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for that. I don't get why it's not turning it off. It's like literally right here. Like it erases all the pictures. Like, are we actually getting in here though? I want to flash the screen because that's the meta. That's the meta. I want to flash the screen and just make sure we're actually getting in here, you know? I want to flash it here, and I also want to flash it here. I just want to see what happens. We should get 2 flashes. We'll see. Someone called you nuts for making this an RPG Maker. What would you say? Well, I have been called nuts a few times for making this an RPG Maker, and my response is, yeah, it is a little nuts. I probably should not be doing this in RPG Maker, but it's what I know. And hey, if I can make it an RPG Maker, I can make it an RPG Maker, and it's coming along. It's obviously a very slow process, as you can see, but I don't know, I think it's provably doable. I mean, I'm doing it right now. It just is going a lot slower than it normally would if I were using a different engine. I will say that. So, yeah. Life finds a way. It does. It really does. You're nuts for making this an RPG Maker. Some red dev, no. That's just tragic. That hurts. That hurts to hear. But I will never give up. I'll never surrender. So we're not getting flashes. We are not getting flashes. What? We are getting flashes. We are definitely getting flashes now. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is true when you are entering the room, not leaving the room. Please tell me you get the reference. Oh, I get the reference. I probably just didn't do a very good job at reenacting it, we'll say. So, what? What? So which one of these conditions is not true then? So when you're trying to leave... Because Geek says, Jamie Telement RPG Maker. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. So... Okay. I'm gonna add this just really quickly. Moonman being confused episode? I know, there's been so much of that tonight, hasn't there been? I'm just like, wait, what? What? And I don't know. Oh. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I don't know why I didn't think about that. So why? Why? Why is that is a real question? Yeah, well, what if I eat RPG? No, please. Please don't eat it. I need it. I need it to live. If I don't have it, I'm gonna die. I say stop trying to eat everything. If you eat RPG Maker, I'd be so sad. It's true. I would be sad too. Some things are not meant to be consumed. I feel like RPG Maker could be it could be consumed, and you'd be all right. I think you'd be all right if you consumed RPG Maker. I done been inverted. Yeah, I have no idea why this is not. It's got to be something. I mean, obviously, it's something to do with these conditions. I assumed that you would have been in this room, and this switch would be on. I guess not. I will have to dig more into that when I have a fresh brain that is not tired, and I'll figure out why it's not getting in here and fixing all of that, and it'll be a good time. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's a good point. That is a really great point. Absolutely fantastic point. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go get some sleep now. It has been an absolute blast of a stream. I hope that everyone had as much fun watching as I had streaming. Yeah, good times here. So thank you all so much for hanging out. Yeah, I hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic rest of their evenings. I'm going to go get some sleep. I think everyone should also go do the same, unless of course you are not in a time zone that it's a good time to sleep. Then maybe don't go sleep. Go have a good day. Yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna go. On that note, I'm gonna head out and go get some sleep. So I hope we have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evenings or days, mornings, wherever you may be in this world. And I'll see you all on the what's today? Thursday stream. I'll see you on the Thursday stream. So till then, take care. Good luck, and yeah, I'll see you then. Goodbye.